Almost 70 years ago, these men were boys just out of school.
In one fell swoop, you ceased being a boy and you became a man.
So young to be caught up in the world's darkest hour, the last year of the Second World War. Now in old age, these precious few survivors are all around us, hidden in plain view. This is the last chance to hear what really happened firsthand.
German bodies, Canadian bodies, British bodies. The smell, the stench. That's war. That's war.
From the landings on the D-Day beaches to fighting in the Battle of the Bulge in a freezing winter, and storming through Europe uncovering the true horrors of Nazi Germany.
How can human people do that to other human people? How can they do it?
It's their story in their words, not the one written by generals and historians.
After all these years, still makes me talk.
Where there's original film, we'll see where they fought. Where archive doesn't exist, we'll use real bombs and weapons to illustrate what our veterans went through. This is the story of the final year of World War II in Europe, as told by the last war heroes. In June 1944, hundreds of thousands of young men gathered on the south coast of England, ready for war.
Ships everywhere. Ships behind us, at the sides of us, in front of us. And I'd never seen so many ships. I never knew we had so many ships. There were ships of every size. I was just amazed. And I stood there for about 20 minutes, half an hour, and an officer came up and spoke to me. And I said, I'm just looking at the ships. And he said, well, you better get your kit ready. We're going in shortly.
It was as if a giant had pulled ropes with them all attached. It was a fantastic sight.
And I'm looking at the white cliffs. I'm saying to myself, God, I hope someday I'm able to get back here again. I was happy. I felt secure. I felt that, you know, God was going to be with me and that I was going to make it.
Everybody around you is scared, but you don't want to act scared in front of your buddies. You know, this stuff, apple pie and ice cream and democracy, that's a crock of bull. We infantry guys, you were fighting for your buddy. The guy on the right and the left of you. You didn't want to let them down. That's what it was all about. And you really didn't think you were going to get hit. Never dawned on me that I'd get hit.
This was the real thing, and it was a feeling inside each guy, I imagine, that how am I going to act under fire? I had never killed anybody. I never had a gun when I was a child. I never went hunting like the Southerners in my outfit. So I didn't know whether I could kill a man. I made up my mind that I wasn't coming back.
Just after midnight, D-Day, June the 6th, 1944. These men and thousands more British, Americans and Canadians were given their orders. 5 beaches, codenamed Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno and Sword had to be captured by nightfall. Next, the generals expected them to seize Caen, 12 miles inland. They would be up against a massive evil force, the formidable and determined German army intent on forcing them back into the sea. Almost 70 years on, the survivors all have the same vivid memory of the crossing to France.
The weather was rotten, it was windy, and our little landing craft assault was just like a cork bobbing all over the place. And I'd picked up a bully beef sandwich, and all of a sudden I had a tap on my shoulder. Hutch was there, and he was green and sick. My jocks were the same color. He looked at me and he said, "Sir, turf that flippin' sandwich, will you?"
I was sick continuously all the way over until I could be sick no more. Until we got the order, start engines, unshackle the tanks, my seasickness disappeared.
I mean, you could hear a pin drop. Honestly, there was, because everybody knew. So there was damn little conversation. But some of the guys, honestly, they had premonitions. Thank God I didn't have a premonition. They knew they were going. They knew they weren't going to make it.
Before the troops landed, the Allied plan was to soften up the German defences with an aerial and then naval bombardment. A 19-year-old medical student from New York, Hal Baumgarten, was huddled inside a ship. He remembers hearing it start.
A tremendous amount of noise. And of course, the English Channel was getting rougher each time because the ships, when they fired those guns, would cause the waves to occur.
We got 16-inch guns that were slinging shells out this size, and they went overhead like an express train. It sounded just like a train going over your head.
We were a 6-inch gun cruiser, which meant we could get quite relatively close to the shore, and our target was the gun emplacements on the shore. And what happened is one of our shells went through the embouchure, didn't hit the concrete, went right inside. And it exploded, and it blew that whole turret into pieces no bigger than a motor car. And they're still there amongst the grass. And that's why they called it the luckiest shot, but we always said it was the most accurate.
Approaching Juno Beach, 18-year-old George Dangerfield remembers the enemy firing the first shots back at the Allied invasion force.
I mean, as we went into the beach, we had the enemy artillery firing at us, and it was going over our heads. The noise was just horrendous. It was hell for everybody. It was something that none of us had ever been trained to experience. It was something that you quickly accepted because you had a job to do.
"20-year-old Donald McCarthy was from Boston, USA. He remembers clearly when he first saw the coast of Normandy.
I'm saying, my God, there's France. Wow, we're gonna be there, we're gonna go in. All of a sudden, the rockets started going off, and the battleship started bombing, and I'm saying, my God, what is going on? This is incredible, guys. You know, well, I hope to God I live long enough to remember it so I can tell somebody about it. It was amazing. There was a cacophony of sound that I'll never forget. I could feel it, every sound of it right now as I'm talking to you.
It was just a mess. Smoke, dirt, noise, more noise than you can imagine. Even stories that our father told us about the First World War, I don't think compared with the noise that we went into.
The D-Day invasion plan was far from perfect, and the weather was atrocious. For the men at sea, it was quite unlike anything they'd ever experienced before. First, they had to disembark from larger ships into tiny, vulnerable landing craft. This is when Bill Rhine got a taste of the carnage to come.
As we're circling, all 4 of our boats was knocked off by 88s and by mines. My boat was hit, was blown up in the air. All I remember is hitting my head against the bulkhead. But it hit us on the right-hand side, and the boat went over this way. So my head, you know, went this way. And that's when I cracked my skull, and I had a big shell fragment in my shoulder.
Shells and bullets rained down on the men from above. Beneath the choppy sea, the Germans had laid underwater mines. Like a giant swimming pool, lanes were marked in the sea, where they'd been cleared for the landing craft to get through. So they hoped.
So there was a horrible grating sound from the bottom, and then you could realise it had hit something, and then the front went up, but the forward part of it was up. And you just waited and I hope there's not a mine on this one.
A 20-year-old farm boy from Ontario, Canada, Alex Adair was one of thousands heading towards Juno Beach.
My craft hit an obstacle out in the water. And it blew the whole front of the landing craft up in the air. There was nothing but water pouring in, and guys up in the front, they were all done for. That was it for them. They were game over.
Hal Baumgarten's closest comrades suffered the same fate as they approached Omaha Beach.
As my little boat came in, the boat on my left from Company B hit a mine and blew up, and we were showered with wood, metal, and body parts. and blood. So that was my welcome to France. After I saw my best buddy dead and I saw all these fellas that I knew getting killed, you get sort of almost like a psychosis. You want to kill.
As the landing craft closed in on the beaches, they dropped their ramps, revealing to the men the battlefield ahead.
When the ramp went down, it almost fell on a soldier, a dead soldier. I noticed there was something was wrong, didn't look natural, and it just dawned on me that he had no head. He only had a piece of bone sticking up back there.
With the ramps down, the men were an easy target for the Germans. Many were cut down before they made it to shore. Others tried desperately to swim, weighed down by their kit.
These guys stepped off the ramp, they went straight down to the bottom, and most of them drowned.
Like Hal Baumgarten, Donald McCarthy was approaching Omaha Beach, getting ready to jump into the water.
This is my helmet. It's something I have to have with me all the time. My chin strap was on when I went over the side of the boat. And when I went in head first, the air that had accumulated in my helmet pulled me back to the surface. And that's when I, hey, I'm up. I got my CO belt, I got rid of everything. All I got on is my little 29th Division jacket, that's it. The combat jacket is gone, the rifle is gone, my camera is gone. I'm saying, son of a gun, my dad will kill me because I lost the camera.
Over on Gold Beach, the British Royal Marine Commandos were blown 12 miles off course by the bad weather. Hundreds of men were desperately trying to swim to the shore.
We all had Mae Wests. The wrote a Mae West is. A Mae West is an inflatable chess piece. So Mae West is she was a famous actress at that time, fairly well endowed with feminine appurtenances. So when you were swimming with it, it kept you up out of the water. Otherwise I wouldn't have got ashore, because I'm not an awfully good swimmer. When I jumped into the sea, I had a huge rucksack of medical equipment. So it floated and I swam pushing it. And then when I got about halfway in, bubbles were coming out of it, and to my horror, it sank into water well out of my depth. So I lost all my medical equipment.
Now, there's a kid next to me, and I thought he had just come up with me. But I later found out that he had drowned. But I was talking to him as close as I am to you. I'm talking to him in the water. I'm saying, come on, swim, swim, swim. And he's not saying anything to me. And I grabbed him on the shoulder, and I pulled him along with me. Initially, I was pulling him because I was using him as a safety net. I wasn't doing it out of any favor for him. I was doing it out of favor for me. This bothered the hell out of me for a long years, 25 years. It bothered me. That's been the main part of my whole life. That guilt, because they were the heroes. We were the survivors.
Facing a hail of bullets and mortars, Donald McCarthy remembers almost losing hope.
and the smoke came over. That was the miracle. You know, I think God had a plan for me.
Using the smoke as cover, Don and the rest of his unit on Omaha raced up the beach. Although many men were finally landing on their beaches, progress was slow on Omaha. With hundreds already dead, the next waves were sent in with no idea of the bloodbath waiting for them. A 24-year-old from Liverpool, Jim Kelly, landed on Sword Beach.
In our group, there would be about 7 of us. Within 6 paces of getting onto the sand, there was only me standing up. The others were all down, and I got told to get off the beach.
In the chaos of war, Jim remembers a bizarre, surreal image.
There was a man standing there in his full naval uniform, dead smart, and he was directing traffic off the beach. Come on, off the beach. Wouldn't let anybody stop. Get off. Get off.
Also coming ashore on Sword Beach was signalman Ken Sturdy.
I can remember a beachmaster. He was a Navy officer, I think, and he had, of all things, a bulldog on a lead, which made me think of Churchill, of course. And he was yelling, you know, like, get off the beach. His instructions, of course, as beachmaster was to clear that beach and get people over the seawall because the Germans had the range of the beach.
The sands that lay ahead were also deadly. They were riddled with mines.
A man came by me. I don't know who he was, what outfit he was with. He could have been an engineer on that beach, as far as I know, but a mine that had been hung on a fence post went off just as he's alongside of it, and it blew the man in half.
Newly trained sick berth attendant George Dangerfield will never forget the stretcher bearers bringing in the first casualties. The numbers were overwhelming.
It was a case of treating the most severe first if you could. I well remember one army major that we brought back to England. To look at him as he was standing up, you wouldn't think that there was a thing wrong with him. But he walked over an anti-personnel mine, and from the top of his head to his heels, he was actually shredded, the whole of his back, and his arms, legs were completely shredded.
Just off Juno Beach, George patched up the wounded as best he could. Over on Omaha, and in the thick of battle, was Hal Baumgarten.
I saw things on that beach that no 19-year-old should ever have to see. I saw men with their innards hanging out, screaming, mom, mother, medic. It was horrible sights. Body parts laying on that beach. Legs, arms, heads. But we kept going.
The Allies had begun to land on the beaches of Normandy, and the Nazi forces of Germany were inflicting heavy casualties on them. Ahead of the invasion, the generals had an extraordinary plan they hoped would help the soldiers advance up the beaches. the Air Force would fly over and bomb them.
The idea was the Air Force was supposed to bomb the beach so we'd have foxholes to get into. Well, they were late assembling over England. And by the time they come in, the landing craft were coming in. So they didn't want to drop their bombs for fear of hitting us, so they dropped their bombs 3 miles inland, you know. Then I don't mind saying the great Air Force, you know. Precision bombing in World War II, baloney, baloney.
Donald MacArthur also felt let down, in his case by the US Navy.
This is the one thing that we were promised was that, oh, don't worry, guys, the Navy will take care of you. They'll dig all kinds of holes for you. You won't have to worry. There'll be plenty of places to hide. Yeah, I'm saying to myself, doesn't look that way.
The men had to dig in, all the time being shelled and under machine gun fire.
There were 3 lads. They were digging a trench on the beach. And there was machine gun fire. One fellow was getting hit, and he was looking at his arm. That was getting chewed to bits.
Of all the men who survived the lottery of D-Day, Hal Baumgarten on Omaha Beach was one of the luckiest.
An 88mm shell landed in front of me. I got hit by a fragment of that 88, which hit me in this side of my face. My cheek, as described by an aid man later, was laying over my ear. The upper jaw was shot away on the left side, the maxilla. I had a hole in the roof of the mouth. I had teeth and gums laying on my tongue. Couldn't spit them out, couldn't swallow them.
Donald MacArthur was also on Omaha Beach. So far, he'd been saved from drowning by his helmet and from a hail of bullets by his comrade's dead body.
Another shell burst, and both the medic and myself, he got caught in the back and I got caught in my left leg. And I'm down and I'm saying, hey, I got some problems too. And the 2 medics pulled me and pulled the kid that had been shot bad, pulled us up onto the berm so we're hidden.
Taking cover on an open beach wasn't easy. Thousands like Vincent Horton took advantage of whatever they found.
I was carrying the adjutant's map case and the mortars came over. And I dived into where a bomb or a shell had blown the sea wall down a bit and left a crater. I dived in there and my rifle cut my eye open right up at the top there, and then walked on and I felt some bits go in me. And I waited till that finished, then I dashed off and got up to where we had to rendezvous, and I gave him back his map case, and he says, look at this. And there was a hole right that through it. Missed me, gone through the map case. But they dug the few pieces out of me and patched my eye up, and we were off.
With only half a jaw and most of his teeth missing, Hal Baumgarten continued as if nothing had happened. Then he was hit again.
Just then a mortar shell went off and I got 3 pieces of shrapnel into my helmet, into my scalp, and I reached in with 3 fingers, came out with blood. Blood came out over my ear and down the back of my neck.
Some men in Hal's unit with flamethrowers tried to take out the German pillboxes and bunkers. Hal watched in horror as the Germans quickly targeted them.
The flamethrowers were hit, their fuel tanks were hit. And the men were cremated. I could smell the flesh.
No amount of training could have prepared George Dangerfield for the horrifying injuries piling up before him.
We were trying to keep alive those people that had been brought to us who were wounded and injured. Shrapnel wounds could be very, very ugly. They could take a limb off or take masses of muscle tissue and things like that and leave great holes in the body. You had little time to worry about what else was happening around you.
One of the vivid memories I have is of seeing a Canadian soldier who'd been hit in the face and had most of his face blown away, and the Padre was comforting him. Padre was right up close, and the chap wanted a cigarette. There was nowhere to put it. I have since seen a photograph taken by a Canadian photographer who landed with them. Not only does it show the strong point that we were next to, but also some Canadian wounded, including one with a great big field dressing on his face. And I've wondered ever since if that's the chap I saw.
That day, the Allied generals had hoped to capture the city of Caen, 12 miles away, before nightfall. It was early afternoon. The men were struggling to gain even 100 yards of ground. Donald McCarthy was one of thousands lying injured on Omaha Beach. Despite his mortar shell wounds, he remembers watching chaos unfold before his very eyes.
And I watched the beach devastated. I watched the whole show. I saw an ME-109 fly over twice and strafe the beach. I saw kids getting killed, still coming in on the beach.
Against the odds, Bill Ryan made it to the top of Omaha Beach. He remembers turning back to look at the devastation behind him.
I wish I had had a camera or a tape recorder. I would have made a fortune, because here I'm on the very left flank coming in, looking down at Omaha Beach, at that chaos, that confusion, the whole thing. The only thing that saved us was this U.S. Navy destroyer, the USS Frankfurt, came in real close without running aground and started banging away at the hill. So he suppressed the fire up on the top of the hill. And that's what allowed us to get through the exit and get on up the hill.
Ahead of the troops lay yet another obstacle. For once, this was something the generals had equipped the men for.
Once you hit the hill, going up, there were barbed wire and minefields, and the engineers had to clear them with the Bangalore torpedoes.
Despite the losses and casualties, the remaining troops, safely through the barbed wire, were close to the German forces. Some were injured, but heroically kept going. Hal Baumgarten crawled off Omaha Beach, assuming he'd never survive the day. He'd lost half his jaw, most of his teeth were missing, and 3 bits of shrapnel were stuck in his head. It was a miracle he was still alive. Then more bad news.
While crawling, I must have set off this mine. It felt like a rock hitting my left foot. I looked down and I saw a clean hole through my left foot, through the legging. We wore leggings. So I was very good at bandaging. So I took the shoe off and I, like you would dump water out of a vase, I dumped the blood out of my shoe, took the sock off, put a beautiful bandage on, powder and beautiful bandage, but just then shells were coming in, so I pulled the shoe over the bandage and dove for the hedgerow.
Vast strongholds, an assortment of concrete pillboxes, radar stations and bunkers at the top of the beaches were the final but most impregnable defences the troops still had to face. Charles Scott Brown on Sword Beach knew exactly what to do.
So what you do is you keep moving and then you try and get a section underneath. So that the gun is there and you get the guy underneath here. And what you do is you take grenades and you throw them in the gun slot. So if it's a 3-second fuse, what you do is you let the handle go. You can see the smoke on it and you go 1,000, 2,000 and you throw it in.
The power of a grenade remains a vivid memory for those that used them.
I looked inside, and there were 2 men in there, what was left of them. One of them wasn't anything left of him, but from his hips down, his legs were there, and the rest of his body was gone. And the other one was about the same way. And there were dead soldiers laying around that gun.
Once at the top of the beaches, the men realised that somehow they'd survived the bloodiest assault course of the war so far.
You say, well, thank God it's not me. I mean, as bad as I felt for those poor buggers, maybe I'm selfish, but I say, Jesus Christ, I made it.
One thing you can't show is the smell of warfare. It is the smell of death. It's just a thing that you can't convey. It's just an evil thing. Yeah.
In one fell swoop, you ceased being a boy and you became a man because you had to deal with man's problems. It was as quick as that. I mean, after all these years, still need some metal.
The troops had spent the entire day battling to get off their beaches. As night fell, some were still bogged down in the dunes, others had ventured into Normandy, but none had achieved their target and reached the city of Caen. Just off Omaha Beach, with half a jaw, shrapnel in his head and a hole in his foot, Hal Baumgarten was about to be hit again.
Well, there was a German machine gun about 50 meters down the road, and trained on that road, an MG-42, and everybody got ambushed there. And I came a little late, and I was crouched over. So I got a bullet. It came through this piece of lip, took away this piece of lip, and took out my right upper jaw with more teeth and gums on my tongue. So there I fell on top of these guys who didn't matter anymore because they were just about gone.
For the first time on D-Day, Hal began to lose hope.
So I used up my last morphine, and the moon on D-Day was the brightest moon I've ever seen in my life. And I'm laying with 6 dead GIs in a ditch.
After he was injured on the same beach, Donald McCarthy had been taken to a field hospital.
And there's a ranger coming down, and he's got some Jerry's with him, and we're saying, my God, we got some prisoners. Wow, maybe this thing isn't as bad as we thought it was. And we looked at the Jerry prisoners, and they all looked like they were Chinese or Japanese, and we kind of, well, where did they come from? They were Ukrainians that had been taken by the Germans. They were Russian prisoners that they had mobilized, and these were kind of the frontline guys they used as buffers. And those were the first prisoners that were taken.
Hal Baumgarten was found, lying in a ditch with the 6 dead soldiers. At last he was in the care of the medics, heading back on a stretcher towards the beach for evacuation. He thought his ordeal was finally over.
German snipers were to my left up on the bluff, and they started firing at the wounded. They put a bullet through the Red Cross on the armband of the aid man. They shot me in the right knee, which wasn't a bad wound, believe it or not. But the next one was going through between the eyes. And just then, the destroyer McCook came offshore with the bottom scraping the bottom, and the gunnery officer became my friend in recent years. He wiped out the snipers with the 5-inch guns. Went right over my head. And you saw a puff of smoke coming off that bluff, and the snipers were wiped out. Exterminated. I like to use the word exterminate.
Suddenly, the noise of war was interrupted.
I could hear bagpipe playing, and I thought I was imagining it. Strange how the sound of a bagpipe carries above even this tremendous noise level. And it was years later I met Bill Millen, who was the Lord Lovett's piper, and told him that I could hear his pipes, you see. I said, we talked of armaments. I said, all I went ashore was with a pistol, you see. He said that my pipes were my weapon.
That was D-Day. The next day, men looked back at the beaches they'd secured, now laden with the dead, wounded, and dying. They knew everything hadn't gone according to the general's plan. But the invasion of Europe had begun. George Dangerfield spent the next few months ferrying the wounded back across the Channel.
I just did what I was expected to do. It's something that life throws at you and you try to carry on.
Vincent Horton, who'd survived the shrapnel through his map case, was later seriously wounded when he stepped on a landmine.
Oh, when I woke up and saw both legs off, I was devastated. But when I knew I was alive, I was happy. I knew then that there was no war for me. In other words, I'm all right now, Jack. That was it.
The invincible Hal Baumgarten, wounded 5 times on D-Day alone, was evacuated back to England. He never fought again.
Well, it gave me a greater feeling for life. In other words, I knew how short life was, and to live through something like that shows you that life is important. And each day, like I tell my wife, every day, maybe 5 times a day, how much I love her and my kids. All my kids say, when they talk to me, they say, I love you, and we say the same thing back. Because you never know when your time is going to be up.
The rest of the men, including the wounded, advanced into Normandy, leaving the beaches behind them.
You know what's happened in the previous action, and by God, you're worried about what's going to happen in the next one.
The Allies failed to capture Caen. The generals insisted it was still their objective. In the next chapter, our veterans would have to fight through the treacherous hedgerows of Normandy.
It was the worst country in the world to fight in.
Take on the seemingly indestructible German Tiger tank.
And then through the smoke in front, I suddenly saw this huge tank coming along. We gave the orders to the gun at the far to try and shoot the Tiger up. Bang!
Then carpet bomb French cities and fight one-on-one with Hitler's most feared soldiers.
German bodies, Canadian bodies, British bodies. That's war. One of the toughest battles in France was the Battle of Caen.
After the beaches of D-Day came the countryside of Normandy.
It was rough because they could see us, we couldn't see them. I would say it was the worst combat that I've ever been in because we lost so many men. You go from one hedgerow to another, and the Germans were behind each one of them.
The assistant platoon leader, Lieutenant Irwin, got up to look through a hole in the hedgerow in front of him, and the German gun was aimed right at it. Shot him right through the head.
Just hours earlier on the D-Day beaches, these men had already endured constant fire from pillboxes, shelling, and underwater mines. They'd seen countless friends die. They were now entering a new phase of the battle. the Allied troops had been given orders by General Montgomery to race through Normandy and seize the city of Caen. The Germans were dug in, hidden by a maze of high hedges, fields and sunken roads known locally as the Bocage. To reach Caen, the Allies would have to advance through what looked like beautiful countryside. In reality, it was more like jungle warfare. Amazingly, no one thought this terrain would be difficult. Armoured divisions who'd been victorious in the flat deserts of North Africa were sent forward. In his reconnaissance vehicle, 23-year-old Ron Titterton was part of the advance.
It was the worst country in the world to fight in. We was used to open warfare in the desert. And to leave the desert to come to fight in country like the Bocage was, you know, to us it was suicidal.
Not far from the beaches, 18-year-old Frank Rosier, an apprentice draftsman, was slogging his way on foot.
We got further inland, and suddenly over the top of us, the Germans were shelling us. I hit the deck, and the bloke walking near me must have taken a direct hit because his hands landed in front of me. As I hit the deck, a hand landed with me. The whole arm like that landed with me. And I screamed my head off. But that explains, because the shell burst, the explosion goes up. So the safest place is to lay on the ground.
The fields were now scattered with young men fighting for the first time in their lives. Among them, 23-year-old miner's son, Bill Evans.
I didn't want to go to the army. My mother wouldn't let us join the Scouts because it was regimental. She didn't like the idea.
In June 1943, along with other young men from his village in South Wales, Bill was finally conscripted.
I was 31 Evans. My friend, he was 36 Jones. Why? There's so many Joneses in the Welsh regiment, right? There's so many Evanses. There's so many Griffithses, right? That when the mail comes, or if an officer or a sergeant wants you, instead of saying Evans or Griffiths, there's so many, yes sir, 7 hands go up, 10 hands go up with the Joneses.
"97-year-old Bill Doyle was then a newly married 29-year-old platoon sergeant. Not far from Omaha Beach, Bill was now bogged down in the Bocage under heavy fire.
We had to take those hedgerows, and the Germans were firing across that field. We were over there for 3 days, just running from one hedgerow to another. And frankly, I didn't know where we were half the time. You could hear the bullets when they would come through and hit the side of the hedgerow. and then the Germans hit those grenades over top. I was scared the whole time I was in there. There's 3 companies over there, almost 600 men. 110 of us came back from that mission.
Despite the heavy stream of casualties, troops were ordered to advance village by village. The 11th and the South Wales borderers were sent through an area of woodland.
We were going up the road and there was an 88mm firing straight down the lowest trajectory. And he was coming into the trees and the branches and the trees are coming down. Didn't have no time to dive. And then 36 Jones over the other side of the road. And, oh, and he's screaming his head off. And they were still firing in the trees above me.
As the German shells exploded, the trees themselves became weapons, shattering deadly splinters in all directions.
Jones was screaming, and he got this tree shrapnel in the face. All I could see was his cheekbone here, and this blood was pumping out. Oh, good God. And I got my field dress in, and I wound it round his face about 3 times when this officer yelled out, you know, "Evans, leave him for the stretcher bearers, come on, come on." It was, get forward, never mind about this. Leave him for the stretcher bearers, come on. And I left him there, and I didn't know until, I don't know what year it was, not many years ago, that I've found out that 36 Jones died. Bled to death.
Bill and 36 Jones left the same Welsh village for France. Frederick James Jones died in the fields of Normandy, aged just 19.
I went all sick. And then, feeling guilty, I suppose, that I wasn't clever enough to well, what I did was no help to him, you know. Not so much blaming myself, but a sort of feeling that I wished I could have done more for him, you know.
The plan to take the city of Caen in a day had failed. The generals now ordered the armoured divisions to attack the Germans head-on. 19-year-old Harold Curry left school in Liverpool to join his heroes, the Desert Rats. And now he was in one of their tanks, charging across the Normandy countryside.
It was a wonderful feeling. At that age, you see, it's all exciting. It's not, I didn't feel a sense of fear. But then suddenly there'd be explosions going on. It was devastating because you go forward in your tank in line with other tanks, then you might find a tank on your right being blown up, another one on your left being blown up, and that's a matter of sheer luck whether you're going to the next one or not.
Harold and the other crews were beginning to realise just how vulnerable their tanks actually were. When up against one of Germany's most destructive weapons, the Tiger tank.
It was an ever-present fear. I mean, the word Tiger's enough.
The Tiger's 88mm gun had such a long range, it could pick off the approaching Allied tanks before their crews realised they were targets. Former bus company clerk 20-year-old Peter Davies was part of the force attacking the Germans head-on in his Sherman tank.
We were crossing the road and we hit one of the big hedges and we were suddenly being fired up. Heavy shells were coming in close to us. One tank was knocked out and the 5 men killed. Another tank was hit and 2 men were killed. Second one hit us straight up the backside in the engine, smashed the engine. The diesel was running and a shell landed by my leg. And it was still white hot when it came through the tank.
The German shells could easily cut through a Sherman tank, igniting everything inside.
We bailed out. We ran for cover. We hadn't even seen who was firing on us. Then a shell hit that petrol tank. We were knocked out in a matter of about 10 minutes before we'd got into any battle. I lost my first tank.
Across the Normandy countryside, the Tiger was leaving a trail of burning Allied tanks.
Nine times out of 10, when it was hit, it would brew up. In other words, it would go on fire. That is horrendous. Many tankmen were trapped inside alive. And very often when you pull out of action at night, you can see the rest of your tanks that are left behind glowing bright red or sometimes even white. That's part of the horror of war.
By now, Peter and the other tank crews lived in constant fear of attack. They were often sealed inside their 6-foot square living space, which became dining room, kitchen and toilet for the 5 men inside.
They are your family in a way, because you've been looking at their ugly mugs for this last 12 months or 3 years. You know the fears, the worries, the problems that they have. You live together, eat together, sleep together, die together if necessary.
In civilian life, 22-year-old Ian Hamerton had been a bank clerk. He was now a commander in charge of 5 tanks.
Apart from the nagging fear, there was always hope that you weren't going to be a target. So at night, we found it wise to dig a hole about a foot or so deep, put the tank tarpaulin over it, run the tank over the top of it, and then put our blankets down there. So everybody was hunkered down underneath the tanks to get some protection. We could even listen to the BBC Home Service.
The frontal assault was another failure. When military intelligence spotted a gap in German defences, General Montgomery sent tanks to sneak through it at a small town to the west of Caen. On the morning of the 13th of June, tanks rolled into the picturesque town of Villers-Bocage. Among them, the schoolboy who dreamt of being a tank commander, Harold Curry in his Cromwell tank.
We came in, beautiful day. People came out on the streets with flowers and cider and Calvados. And we thought, this is great, no sign of any Germans. And we thought, this is going to be a wonderful day for us.
In his tank, not far behind Harold, was former Cambridge University rower, 23-year-old Lieutenant John Cloudsley Thompson.
I was rather busy looking at the map, trying to work out what was happening. And then, very suddenly, the tank in front of me burst into flames. I couldn't see anything. There was a lot of smoke, and 88mm shot went so close to my ear that although I was wearing headphones, I was deaf for 24 hours afterwards.
Harold and John hadn't realised they'd been spotted by the elite 101st Heavy Panzer Division, who'd been unloading their Tiger tanks at the railway station nearby. Their commander was this man, the feared Michael Wittmann, personally honoured by Hitler with the country's highest medal, the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. He was famously credited with 137 tank kills.
They did not expect us to be there. Neither did we expect them to be coming into Villers-Bocage. And we were surrounded by a whole division, and we just had one regiment. Impossible odds. Tanks usually fight each other at a distance. But in Villers-Bocage, we found ourselves engaging with German tanks, firing through buildings. That was pretty horrifying. Explosions were taking place all over the town. You could see tanks being blown up, and then you think, well, it could be me next time, but then you have to dismiss that from your mind because that's the way life goes.
And then through the smoke in front, I suddenly saw this huge tank coming along.
John Cloudsley Thompson had no idea his tank was face to face with Michael Wittmann's Tiger.
So I gave the orders to the gunner to fire, to try and shoot the Tiger up. Bang! It went way over the Tiger tank. But it wouldn't have made any difference if we had shot it, because some of the other tanks did get shots at it and they just bounced off. Didn't make any difference.
The Allied guns simply weren't powerful enough to pierce the Tiger's armour.
The German tanks were far better designed. I don't think that anybody who designed our tanks had ever been in a tank battle or even looked at it. I saw this tank come, it moved the 88mm just like that, then wham! And the shot came, and I was standing up in the turret looking through the periscope. I ducked down, and I felt a tingling between my legs. I thought, well, lucky my legs were apart, because I knew that the shot must have gone between and landed up in the engine. All I could see was the massive flame from the engine. So I said, bail out. Crew bailed out. My crew said, John, get down. So I got down behind the gooseberry bush, but it wasn't the place you could stop. You know, there was shooting going on all over the place. The tank behind mine was the adjutant's tank. The Tiger was firing back and shot him up with one shot and then went on into the town.
We came in the morning, beautiful town, no sign of any damage whatsoever. And when we left, there were tanks all over the town, buildings destroyed, bodies lined up in the square. Young men who had been alive that morning were dead. You just have to live with it.
I thought all the people I knew were killed at Villers-Bocage. There was one, the body of the driver was completely burnt away, but his legs and his hands were completely unburnt. So it looked so odd to see his legs and his hands perfectly normal. It's the only time in my life I've been really frightened. I think I was an adult. I was adult by the end of it, but in the beginning I wasn't.
The city of Caen was supposed to be captured on D-Day. 3 weeks into the invasion, it still hadn't fallen. After failing to take the Germans head-on, the generals came up with a new plan. Surround the city. The Canadians, Americans and British moved in to encircle the German defenders.
We've got to advance where they're defending. So we've got the worst shot. We've got to find them.
The fighting moved from the hedgerows into the streets. Kitchens and living rooms of ordinary people's homes became the battleground. Instead of fighting across fields, for Frank Rosier, the enemy was now behind every door.
It was pretty scary. And the only way you were only going to find out where Jerry was to get him to shoot at you. And hope to God you found out where he was shooting from. That was tough. Infantryman against infantryman. You see something move or do a fire or do a wait or that, and your hair stands up on the back of your head, because not even the birds sing. But he had a habit of getting some French children around him, and you burst in the room, you see the kids, and you know, you stop seeing the kids there. And the other thing was, so he generally went through the window and throw a grenade.
The small pineapple-shaped hand grenades used to clear out enemy trenches and bunkers were designed to be lethal inside confined spaces.
Hairy, pretty hairy thing to do, street fighting.
Out in the fields, artillery units improvised with their anti-aircraft Bofors gun. They angled it down so they could fire it like a machine gun. A 17-year-old schoolboy who lied about his age to join up, Bombardier Bruce Melanson was now part of a Bofors gun crew.
The Germans had a good way of trying to hide their troops, camouflaging with haystacks. The houses, like behind them would be houses, and haystacks would be planted all in front of them. And therefore, who the hell's going to fire at a haystack? What for? You don't want to kill the hay. The Bofors then came in mighty handy, because we would fire at those haystacks, which was really hit it going right through the haystack into the house. Just bang, 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 bang. A 40mm shell is powerful. As soon as it hit, there would be like an explosion. Splatter it, open it up. And after a couple of those Bofors shells were fired into there, let me tell you, a few hands would come up. Quite a few. And then we would use it for houses, apartments, churches, wherever the Germans were. Mighty powerful gun, that Bofors gun.
Not far from Bruce, the Canadians had overrun a German unit on the outskirts of Caen. 20-year-old rifleman Alex Adair, a farmhand from Ontario, was guarding the prisoners.
Our commanding officer, Jacques Sprague, he went around the company and he said, "The Queen Zone do not shoot prisoners." Well, we said, what the hell is he talking about? We're not into shooting prisoners.
Alex was shocked to discover who he'd been fighting. They were the elite 12th SS Panzer Division, fanatical Hitler youth with a reputation for killing prisoners.
Jacques Sprague already knew that they were shooting prisoners. He already knew that they'd killed some guys from D Company. The SS had taken them prisoner and then shot them. I'm still mad about it. I still feel that they didn't fight fair.
Many of the SS were just schoolboys, some as young as 13. Instead of tobacco in their pockets, they found the boys had been issued with sweets.
Our fire officers, if they had gone around and said, "We don't take prisoners anymore, we shoot them all," I would have felt it against my better judgment to do it, but I guess I would have done it. I'm not sure I would have, but I might have.
The ground troops were still no nearer to capturing Caen. There was even a fear they'd be pushed back into the sea and the invasion of Europe abandoned. Then, 6 weeks after D-Day, Allied commanders took a momentous decision.
They came in the early morning, flying over the sea. It was the most impressive sight because they were all coming in exactly the same direction towards us.
When our planes came over to bomb, they weren't very high, and we stood up and cheered.
There were so many bombers that it was like a conveyor belt. The bigger bombers were 12 bombers wide in their formation. And as far as you could see from here directly overhead, for as far as I could see with my binoculars, just bombers.
Over 2,000 bombers were sent to carpet bomb the city of Caen.
I heard this sound, I looked up, and here comes our bombers. I thought, oh boy, give it to them. So I just took my helmet off and waved and I yelled, "Give it to them, boys!" And the next thing I knew, the bombs, doors open and these things are shrieking down. I headed for a little hole in the ground. I dove in there fast.
Bombs started to drop and the dust and that started to come towards us. I said, "Gee, are those bombs coming towards us?" And there's a Sherman tank right in front of me. I zoomed under the Sherman tank. God almighty.
Saw the bombers coming over and feel the whole ground shake.
fire and terrible noise. Massive firepower.
Four of them dropped the bombs amongst us. They told us that the field we were in was exactly the same shape as the field further on that they were to drop. And that's what caused the mix-up.
I was so frightened. My hands went into the ground and here was a potato field. And I don't know how many peck of potatoes I ate, but by God, I was eating potatoes. I was so frightened, you know. I was really scared.
On the ground, nowhere was safe. Surviving the bombing, just a matter of luck.
We lost 60 men. I think the Canadians lost 600.
One of the most intensive bombing campaigns in history was over. The once beautiful medieval city of Caen lay in ruins. In their final desperate attempt to take Caen, Allied generals had flattened it.
They blew the place to all the rat shit, pardon the expression. We got a front row seat to watch them bomb the city all to hell, and then they couldn't get the armor through the streets.
We always wondered why we'd bombed it so heavy, because when you bomb a place, it makes terrific hiding for infantry, and it makes your job worse and worse. You'd sooner go house to house fighting than rubble fighting.
We weren't sophisticated enough to know that the bombing actually suited the Germans. It's easier to defend a ruined town than a normal town, because the debris gives you marvelous cover. The Germans said, lovely. Monty said, should be captured on D-Day. Farming.
Advancing with his Bofors gun, Bruce Melanson clearly remembers the Germans' last-ditch attempt to keep them out.
It was frightening. There was never a moment in Caen that you weren't in a nervous state or heavy shellery, heavy artillery, heavy everything. It was a constant fight. It was such a battle and so many killed.
It took Bruce and the rest of the ground forces 2 days of bitter fighting to finally take Caen. By the 20th of July 1944, the last of the German defenders had fled the city. Almost 70 years on, the memories aren't of victory and celebration.
It was sad, to say the least. You knew there were people there. They killed more French people than they did Germans. To my way of thinking, it was totally unnecessary.
All the way in that battle was nothing but seeing dead bodies, dead horses, dead cows. And as we were moving along with our trucks and our Beaufort gun to try to get through, we would have to stop sometimes and move the bodies over so we could get through. And then the bodies would be picked up by the medical people, you know, afterwards. And the smell, the stench, that was the Battle of Caen. That's what you experienced, that's what you seen, that's what you looked at. German bodies, Canadian bodies, British bodies, everything was right there to look at, amongst the pigs and the horses and the cows and everything else. That's war. That's war. That's what Caen was like. Horrible. Just completely horrible. One of the toughest battles in France was the Battle of Caen. I'll never forget it.
After all they'd gone through, the men had finally captured the general's prize. From the D-Day landings to the taking of Caen, over 150,000 Allied soldiers had been killed or wounded. Having survived the Battle of Villers-Bocage, John Cloudsley Thompson carried on in a new tank until he was sent home due to injury. Soon after losing his friend 36 Jones, Bill Evans was wounded in the knee. He spent the rest of the war recovering. After the bombing of Caen, Bombardier Bruce Melanson and his Bofors gun continued into France. In the next chapter of their story, the Allies thought the worst was over. None of them expected the German army would regroup, determined to push them out of Normandy at all costs.
You're on edge all the time. Oh yeah, you can get killed any time, any second. It's as simple as that.
Ahead, deadly snipers lay waiting in every village.
When you catch one of those guys in those sights, you just drool.
And the Allies would experience one of the bloodiest battles of the entire war, the Falaise Gap.
I sat on the ground and cried and was sick. I killed a human being.
You walked when you could and you crawled when you couldn't. All of a sudden you make them up a small group of Germans. Well, it might be a machine gun, it might be a sniper. Then you get down.
They were chaotic and busy times. All our officers were gathered to receive orders, and one of these mortars dropped right in the middle of them. And the entire officer clan of their company was wiped out in one go.
The invasion of Europe was gathering pace as troops and tanks spread across Normandy, pushing back the German front line. So far, the Allies had survived the battles on the D-Day beaches. Tank duels in French towns. Carpet bombing and the battle for Caen. The general's next plan was to take the Falaise region and capture the whole of Normandy. Between the Allies and victory stood an area of raised ground and thick woods. Known as Hill 112, whoever held it could see around for miles. The Germans were under strict orders: keep it at all costs. Frank Quelch arrived in France 2 weeks after D-Day. This was his first taste of the battlefield.
Yes, I suppose I was a callow youth, you know. Would have been bored stiff if it hadn't been for the war, you know.
Frank was 18, working in a bus garage. One day he bumped into a friend who just joined the Territorial Army.
He was holding up a £5 note. I said, "Where'd you get that from?" "Terry's," he said. I said, "What have you been doing?" He said, "Shooting machine guns and all." I said, "What, and they pay you?" So I joined, you see.
Now he was earning his keep, hunting down German tanks, as a gunner on a 17-pound anti-tank gun. Suddenly, in the distance, Frank saw something.
He was hull down over the top of the hill, so there was only his turret and a bit of the front showing as he appeared. The first round we fired, don't know where it went. By now, this German tank is pulling back, and he's disappearing behind some trees, you know. At my number 3, he just fired through the trees where he knew the tank was. We saw the clouds of smoke and flame, and our commander said, "Did you hit him?" And I said, "Yeah," you know, wasn't scared at all. Yeah.
Frank wasn't aware they'd just disturbed one of the most feared German units of the Second World War, the 12th SS Panzer Division.
They could see everything we were doing, but because we couldn't see them, you know, we didn't bother about them. They were outside the hill. You know. Anyway, I'm having my breakfast, sausage and whatever. And this mortar bomb went off behind me, knocked me over. So I immediately started to take cover, and as I crawled back to my slit trench, this leg was dragging after me. I thought, "Oh, I've lost my leg," you know.
Just then, the heavens opened.
It was absolutely belting down, and I mean belting down. And we had a 5-minute break. We laid on the grass, and we all went to sleep. And pouring down the rain, just went to sleep. We were that tired.
Ted Roberts had been thrown out of the army twice for lying about his age. After a month on the front line, he now found himself in one of the toughest battles in Normandy.
You're on edge all the time. Oh yeah. Like I say, you can get killed any time, any second. It's as simple as that.
The Allies were under orders to force the Germans out of the area. But the enemy had been in Normandy for 4 years. They were lying in wait.
I was behind this barn and I was going to have a cigarette. So I lighted the cigarette and I looked around the corner, there was 2 Germans running towards me. I grabbed hold of my rifle and the field they were going to jump into was like a hedge, a big hedge around it, and they jumped onto the edge. That's when I actually fired. And I know I got one because he just toppled over. I think I got the other one, I'm not sure. But that was a bit frightening as well. No, they were that close.
The fields were full of Germans, and Ted had just attracted their attention.
When someone fires at you and he misses, you hear like a crack, like a, if you imagine someone getting a whip and going crack with a whip, like that. And that's what you hear. So when I was running, that's what I heard, 2 cracks. So I knew someone was actually firing at me. So that's when I got down and, you know, for a while, and then got up running zigzag. And then a bullet hit my arm and it spun me round. And I went back on my back. My tin-hat went one way, my rifle went somewhere else. It went through here. But 6 inches further, it had gone over through the side, through my heart, and I wouldn't be talking to you now. I'd never been as scared before, and I don't think I'll ever be so scared again. I didn't move a muscle. So if I'd have done, I'd have been shot again.
Ted played dead for what seemed like hours before passing soldiers finally found him. Badly wounded by a mortar bomb, Frank Quelch was found in his slit trench, drifting into unconsciousness.
And I was dying, I suppose. I was losing so much blood. I was comfortable and warm, and I was annoyed at these blokes lifting me out. I really was annoyed with them because I was going off to sleep, you know. They loaded us onto this truck, and some were on the floor of the truck, and I was one of those that was across the top. And it was pouring with rain, and the rain collected in my stretcher, and the water was running off of my stretcher onto the chap below, and he called me a dirty so-and-so. He thought I was urinating on him, as if I would.
Two months into the battle for Normandy, the Allies had secured the beaches, liberated Caen, and finally captured Hill 112. They were exhausted.
After the hill was taken, we were taken out of battle. The division was relieved, and we were sent to a place near Bayeux for rest and recreation.
On the rare occasions that soldiers were given a break, they made the most of it. Bombardier Bruce Melanson was still at high school when he signed up to go to war.
You never got much time off. And the odd break that you did get was fascinating. And I met a girl, of course, and she also had a boyfriend as a colonel. And he left a lot of whiskey there and everything. And I sure helped her to drink it. And there was not much food around, you know? Food was scarce. Somebody said, there's an underground place down the street here. And I said, yeah. He said, what have they got? He said, eggs and chips, French fries. So I went down. And it cost me $54 to get 2 eggs and 10 French fries. And you didn't get 11 French fries, you got 10. And I bought 2 more, again, another batch. So it was $108 it cost me for 4 eggs and 20 French fries.
The money Bruce spent on his pricey egg and chips in 1944 could today buy him dinner, bed and breakfast for 2 at the Ritz. Mechanic Wally Harris joined up in 1939. He'd already been to South Africa, the Middle East and Sicily.
I was approached by a lady and she said, my boss says if you want to, you can stay in our house. And I went to his home. I was allowed to have a bath, get cleaned up. So I slept in a nice bed. And can I tell you, because of the way I was, I thought I was a good soldier. Even sleeping there in a comfortable place, my rifle was in between my legs, because it's one of those things you just have to be a bit wary.
US armoured divisions sped through France, liberating village after village, welcomed by elated French civilians. George Maguire remembers their relief only too well.
Sometimes we were the first Allied soldiers that they saw. And it was just amazing, I mean, the effect it had on them. They had been under the Germans for 4 years, and now at last they were free. If we stopped our vehicles and got out, I mean, they would just climb all over us. You just can't imagine how glad they were. It made you feel wonderful.
As US troops stormed towards Paris, Canadian and British allies were ready to break out of Normandy and push the enemy back. The Germans had other ideas. They launched a counterattack several days later. Reinforcements were brought in to try to surround them in what became known as the Falaise Pocket. Soldiers enjoying their break from the front line had their leave cut short. After only 3 days off, Bill Edwards was rushed back to the battlefield.
After our so-called rest, we were then moved to the Falaise Pocket. Our division was given the charge of squeezing a part of the Falaise Pocket. It was pretty liquid fighting, it was pretty fast moving.
Casualties were mounting. Once he'd taken wounded men back to a first aid tent, 18-year-old former shop apprentice Frank Rosier headed back to his unit alone.
Now to this edge, as near as you, stepped this young German boy, my age, 18, 19. He was like cowboys, we went for our guns. I carried a Sten gun at that time when I was here, and killed him. And I sat on the ground and cried and was sick. I killed a human being. And as I talk to you now, I can see that ginger-headed boy, some mother's son, you know, and that's horrible.
Frank had already lost 2 brothers in the war. Being away from home and family was taking its toll.
You think about home all the time. Your mum and dad thinks about them all the time, and but it's a strange thing. Your family becomes your platoon. You depend upon your mate, and you're such a dependent on each other.
By now, the men had been fighting for almost 2 months. They were increasingly weary. Survival was another battle altogether. They had no choice but to scavenge and live off the land.
Sometimes we lived on potatoes, turnips, whatever we could find. Occasionally you'd be lucky to get some bully beef that was horrible. So we used to, if I met any Americans, we would swap the bully beef for their spam. And that was a treat.
We lived on compo rations, and the compo rations were like boxes, and they tried to give you a different one each day. And it was pretty good stuff. Even like the best one, you'd have steak and kidney pie. You'd have streaky bacon for the morning, and things like that. You had powdered tea and sugar and milk, things like that.
I have this photograph of some of our chaps milking a cow, because anybody who'd been involved in farming before the army took pity on a cow that needed milking. And they got some fresh milk.
We saw a chicken farm which has been deserted. And I had a battle blouse full of eggs and a couple of chickens we knocked over, and proudly going back to the rest of the platoon, we're going to have a feast that night. The mortar bomb hit me there, came up through my face, hit my skull and came out. And it didn't knock me out. And I sat on the ground, more concerned with the yoke had hit and running down my blouse and into my trouser legs, and trying to tighten the belt on my blouse to stop the yoke going down my legs. And I walked back to my unit. As I approached them, the lads saw my face and came running towards me, but I went out like a light and I was unconscious for 10 days.
Shrapnel wounds were one of the most common injuries on the battlefield. It was shrapnel from a mortar that cost Frank his right eye. He was evacuated back to England, unlike his brothers who were both killed in action.
My dad came there and he looked down and told the bed. He was 6'4", my father, ex-merchant seaman, and quite a big lad. And he stood there with tears in his eyes and he cried. He said, "At least I got one boy back," he said.
The battle against the German counterattack in the Falaise continued to rage. The generals called in airstrikes to halt the enemy's advance. The Allies sent in squadrons of Typhoon aircraft equipped with machine guns, bombs and rockets. One of the pilots was 21-year-old Canadian John Thompson.
Our wing commander went out on a weather recce to see whether the weather was suitable for rocket-firing Typhoons. And he came back and landed, and he practically taxied right into the intelligence tent. He was so excited. And he said, God, he said, there's thousands of tanks lined up over there and all kinds of light armored vehicles and men all heading out eastward. And he said, it'll be a great day for us. We just flew constantly that day. Our job would be to strafe the German emplacements, and we'd soften up things and make their casualties a little less, hopefully, and make it easier to advance. They give us a grid position, so we'd hustle to that position on the map. And the advance will put down red mortar smoke on top of it. And that's your target. Anybody on the ground, it sounded like an express train coming. And when you got too close to the ground, you started to pull out. There was an anti-personnel head that exploded on impact. And then there was an armor-piercing head that would go right through the armor and explode inside. Some guy said, oh, well, I aimed at the turret and I aimed at the tracks, but I kind of take that with a grain of salt. I mean, I aimed at the tank.
The generals thought these airstrikes would be a quick solution to the counterattack. But for ground troops like Patrick Delaforce and Ron Titterton, it was a different story.
Our single biggest problem was the RAF. They bombed and machine gunned us every day.
Well, they came over in 2 to 3 years, and anything they saw moving, they attacked. Although we've got a big white star on the armoured car and Bren gun carriers.
It's pretty hard to tell whether a tank is a Panzer or a Sherman at 6,000 or 7,000 feet. You get hyped up, and you don't really think you're firing at people or killing people. At least never entered my mind that I was killing anybody.
They meant well, but they were just bloody careless.
It's like a bunch of schoolboys. When you land, you jump out of your aircraft and whack each other over the shoulder and congratulate each other.
Not everyone made it back to celebrate.
From D-Day, 6th of June till the 18th of August, there was 151 Typhoon pilots shot down and killed. Now that's a lot of people. We had 3 guys from South Africa come in one morning, 3 replacement pilots, and by that night, only 1 left. The other 2 were dead. I didn't even know their names.
general's plan to take Normandy was now in its final stages. German counterattack had failed. The Allies had them surrounded. Next, the generals ordered their men to close the Falaise pocket. The soldiers found themselves battling in the open countryside, then taking small villages, street by street, house by house. Fighting in the rubble became a game of chance for the troops. Stan Matulis was one of them.
Bombardment was getting serious, so he said, fellas, we're going to get hit sooner or later. Let's go to the house in that next across the road. So there's about 3 of us who went into that house, and we went into the biggest room we could. And the left-hand side, there was a bloody big barrel. Big barrel. And I said, geez, that has to be cider. And I said, oh, geez, I'm so damn thirsty. I'd love to get my guzzle down a thing like that, cider. And I crossed this window. Maybe if I had only walked once and then stopped, it may have been okay, but I have a feeling that I walked 2 times, at least a couple of times. And the second time, I was spotted by an alert German. And all I knew is I'm twirling and swirling. And I'm all lying on the ground without any feeling. Now I can see, and I can talk, but I can't feel, and I can't breathe. My breath was stopped for about 30 seconds.
Stan had been shot in the neck.
And I thought of my mother. I said, Jesus, this news gets to her. Boy, is she ever going to cry. And I didn't like the way she cried. She cried so terribly. And now, here I'm going. It's a matter of seconds before I disappear. Fizo grabbed my legs, and Johnny grabbed my armpits. But the mortaring didn't stop. And he dropped me. He just had to lay down beside me until the mortar exploded somewhere. And they were able to move again. Carry me another 25 yards, the mortars would come over again. And finally, we saw a military truck, and they carried me, they dumped me in, and away we went. Oh God, what a feeling of relief.
In a desperate attempt to slow down the advance, the Germans hid snipers in the crumbling Normandy villages. Jim Holder-Vale remembers the first time he was almost killed.
When a bullet thudded past my head, and didn't whistle, didn't whine, it thudded. Cry went up, there was a sniper in the church tower, and Jack got our Bren gun out of the truck. And he had to put his glasses on first of all before. It rather amused me to watch him. He'd put the gun down and get his glass case out, take the glasses, put them on, get down behind the gun, take aim, fire, pull the trigger, and nothing happened.
The Bren gun had jammed. Jim's men decided to attack the lone sniper with a heavy machine gun.
Eventually, a young sniper came out with his hands up and he was taken away.
Snipers on both sides played a deadly game of hide and seek. Often working in pairs, one looked for targets, the other took the shot.
You cover more area with the binoculars. And if he sees something, he'll drop them down and get the telescope, and then he'll say, there's something else. And he'll direct my fire. See that dead tree down there? See that rock? And take a shot.
I'm a good shot. I was an innocent young fellow, a good soldier. We wanted to be as well hidden as possible. We were always with camouflage jackets on and camouflage nets. You don't shoot if you don't think you're going to hit them. You're only giving away your position. They'll get you. They'll get you.
There's a cage on the side of the rifle to move the sight one way or the other, depending on how hard the wind's coming or whatever. And then there's another one that raises the sight up to compensate for that trajectory. There's a horizontal line and then a post going up through the center line with a point. And you just put the point on what you wanted to hit.
And you aim, and you don't pull the trigger, you squeeze. You don't aim at a man's head. Aim at his body. Aim at his body. If you kill him, you kill him. If you wound him, it's better. It's better. When you wound him, you've got hospitals to look after him. People there are busy.
Hiding out day after day, night after night, snipers like Jim found themselves forming an unusual bond with the enemy.
You don't feel the slightest bit of animosity, you know. You don't feel. They're your brothers. There's more to them than your family. They are your family. So when you catch one of those guys in those sights, you just drool. It's a wonderful feeling. It's wonderful. It's a terrible thing to say, but it's a wonderful feeling.
As the Allies continued to close the Falaise pocket, the few remaining Germans fought desperately to hold on to the land they'd occupied for over 4 years. After attacking the enemy throughout the night, the tank crews of the 22nd Dragoon Guards were resting and refueling. Milking cows in the green fields of France became a distant memory for their troop commander, Ian Hamerton.
Dawn came, and as it got lighter, we saw 2 figures approaching us with rifles, so we challenged them, and they immediately dropped to their knees or feet or whatever and fired at us. So we gave them a burst from our Browning. Then we saw a rifle with a helmet on it being held up, and we called to him to come here, come here, kommen Sie here. He was a young Hitler Youth chap, and we caught him through the knee. I thought he needs some medical attention, so I spoke to the doctor, and he sent 2 of his men with a stretcher. They plonked it down beside this boy, because he was 15. And they bent down to pick him up, to put him on it, and he saw their flash, Poland. He did not want to go with them. 9, he said. But they picked him up anyway and dunked him on the stretcher and carried him off. I've often wondered what happened to him.
The Germans were on the defensive. The Allies were advancing, taking village after village.
We came to this town. I remember an old bloke was shouting, "Dummy, dummy, come, come," see?
23-year-old Corporal Ron Titterton sensed he had to be careful.
This bloke took us to this house and up the stairs, I've never come across stairs in my life like it. They're only about that wide. And ever so steep, see? And he gets us up there, and on this bed is a ruddy great shell, see? Now, he wanted me to move his shell, because it was his bed. And the window was out, and I thought after, how could a shell get in there? It couldn't have been in flight and just landed on the bed, else it'd have been hot. Would have burnt the bed, see? And it seemed all right to me. And I thought it might be a booby trap. And this lad said, "Hey, I'm not moving that." I said, "Well, look, he'll think we're right cowards if we don't. He's an old man."
Despite the risk, Ron felt he had to take the shell out of harm's way. He persuaded his mate to help him carry it outside.
And we walked over into the field and kept going till we saw slit trenches, eh? And I said, I'm gonna put this in one of these slit trenches. So I just sat down, got my legs over, and dropped it and lay it on. And I said, "Can you hear a ticking?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "I wonder if it's a delayed action shell." Anyway, I said, "Oh, I'm putting this down." So I put it down. We got back, we were talking, walking back into the road. Yeah, I exploded. The earth went up like that. And I said, "Hey, we were lucky, weren't we?"
By the middle of August, the Germans had all but lost the battle for Normandy. It was a huge victory for the Allies. There was little to celebrate. Over 200,000 Allied soldiers had been killed or wounded. Another 250,000 Germans suffered the same fate. Bodies littered the battlefield.
Oh, I never saw such a devastation. I never saw such destruction. The British Air Force must have caught a German convoy. I witnessed in the fields 100 dead, 100 dead in the fields.
Falaise was one of the most horrible scenes of the entire war. There were bodies everywhere in the hedges, blown to bits, horses, dozens of horses, and it was a terrible sight.
Allied troops now moved quickly through Normandy. Wally Harris was a tank mechanic more used to using a wrench than firing a machine gun. His unit was advancing when their convoy ahead came under fire. Wally went on foot to find another way through.
I made my way through the village, keeping close against walls because there was so much firing going on. And the next thing I came across was a German half-track vehicle and an 88mm gun. Obviously, I kept out of sight. And obviously, I was scared stiff. I think, what do? I'm a mechanic, not used to this sort of thing and haven't been trained how to deal with this sort of thing. And I shook, probably shaking in my boots and very scared. And I suppose eventually I must have plucked up courage because I made my way back to get to my Jeep, where I'd got this .30 Browning machine gun I took from this tank on D-Day.
Armed with the Browning he'd grabbed from the beach, Wally and his corporal headed back towards the Germans.
And eventually, we came across a point where we couldn't look down and see these Germans. And so we laid on the ground, looking down on them, and started firing. And you could see some falling, and then they dispersed. It became quiet for a while, so I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll fire at the half-track, which was loaded up with ammunition. So I fired at that continuously. And in a moment, it blew up completely. And I think the Germans had probably had enough. And we came across a load of them. We pointed our guns at them and they put their hands up.
In a matter of minutes, Wally had become one of World War II's unlikeliest heroes.
I'm not a brave person, I don't think. And I suppose something comes over you and you do something which, if you thought about it, you probably wouldn't do. And something just comes over and you just did it. But afterwards, when we was in the village and all these Germans were lined up, scruffy-looking lot, I was chuffed to think we'd done that. And it was really good feeling, really nice feeling, really.
Wally was awarded the Military Medal for bravery. He went on to help liberate Brussels. Frank Quelch didn't lose his leg. He became a bus driver, then joined the RAF. 5 months after being shot in the neck, Stan Matulis returned to the battlefield. The Allies liberated Paris weeks ahead of schedule. For a brief moment, it looked like the war would be over and the troops home before Christmas. In the next chapter, what lay ahead would be a hard-fought battle for the vital port of Antwerp and the land around the Scheldt estuary.
We knew they had us caught in that war. And the next thing was with shells and mortar bombs raining down on us. Paid the price.
The battle for the bridge at Arnhem would turn the tide against the Allies.
I felt ashamed that we had been there and let these people down. To me, it should have never taken place.
And for the first time in history, Hitler's enemies would become the victims of his ultimate weapon, the V2.
It was like a grisly nightmare.
The Allied invasion of Europe was well underway. So far, they'd been bombed, picked off by enemy snipers, and slaughtered on the beaches. It looked like the tide was turning. Part of the Allied army raced from the River Seine in France almost unopposed for 200 miles, liberating Arras, Brussels and Antwerp. Amongst them was First Lieutenant Patrick Delaforce. From a military family, Patrick always knew he would join the army to serve his country if war broke out.
The liberation welcome in Antwerp was absolutely staggering. It was so great that it got in the way of the war. And all the troops were trying their best to get on with the war. There were girls kissing them. Here's my baby, kiss my baby. Come in, have some coffee, have some brandy. I mean, every temptation you can think of.
For some, it was the first time they'd met friendly faces. After almost 3 months, Patrick and his fellow British troops felt a great sense of achievement.
Antwerp was then the biggest harbour really in Europe. It was the biggest plum for the British Army. We rounded up about 5,000 prisoners, and the best place to park them on a temporary basis was in the huge Belgian zoo. My General Pip Roberts told me the Red Cross had been told that it wasn't fair by Geneva rules to put unarmed prisoners into a zoo. So he simply wrote back and said, well, the Belgians had eaten all the animals, so what's the problem?
After taking the city of Antwerp, the Allies' next task was to open up the port. This would give them a crucial supply line that could serve the advancing ground forces heading towards Germany. The enemy knew they had to stop them, so they aimed their newest and deadliest weapon at Antwerp, the V2 rocket. Ken Sturdy was stationed there when the first rockets came in.
The V2 could destroy not just a house, but a row of houses. You couldn't dive for cover because you couldn't hear them.
There was one attack he remembers more than any other.
A V2 had come down in a cinema behind the screen. So one end of the cinema was totally destroyed at Scheldt. It was the end where the audience were that was still intact. Yeah. And a lot of people, imagine the size of a cinema audience. Yeah. A group of us with the Marines were asked to handle bodies. Even by this time, we'd seen a lot in Normandy, but there was something about this that was so unreal. It was like a grisly nightmare. The dead were seated, staring at the screen, killed by the shock, of course. It was a shock wave that had killed people watching the screen. But there were rows of dead people. I can talk of it now, but at one time I didn't want to even think about it.
Targeted up to 3 times a day and hit by more rockets than London in the Blitz, Antwerp became known as the city of sudden death. At the top secret section of RAF Fighter Command, a team were tasked with stopping the V2s. A select group were sent to Belgium. One of them, 23-year-old Eileen Younghusband.
Late November, I was told that I would
be posted abroad. I was not allowed to tell my husband. I'd been married then about 6 weeks. I couldn't tell him where or why I was going. And there were 8 of us chosen. And our job was to find the launching lorries of these V2s. Then our Mosquito bombers that were flying in sections, that's 2 aircraft, over the whole of the area likely for the launching, could then bomb the lorries. And the whole scheme was we couldn't stop the V2, but if we got rid of all the lorries, they couldn't launch them. So that's what we did.
If Eileen and her team hadn't tried to stop the V2s aimed at Antwerp, the Allied advance could have ground to a halt. The Allies also needed to control the port of Antwerp and secure the supply route for the advancing troops. This meant taking the Scheldt estuary, linking the port to the North Sea. And it was still held by the Germans. This job was given to the Canadian First Army. To the generals, it was just a short push across the map. For the men on the ground, the terrain was like an assault course. Wounded in Normandy, 20-year-old farm boy Bill Davis was back with his old unit, just in time to fight this battle.
I, like most of the guys in the Canadian Army, thought we were real hotshots. There was fear, there's no doubt about it, there was fear, but I think a lot of us felt, okay, let's show them what we can do. These guys think they're tough when they run into the Canadians.
Bill's confidence didn't last for long. The dikes had been flooded, there were booby traps everywhere, and autumn was approaching. In front of them, flat, wet marshland with precious little cover.
That was the dirtiest job we had during the whole war, was taking the Scheldt. The weather was rotten, cold, snow, rain, and no place to get warm or dry. I was getting rather frustrated because we were just getting pelted with machine gun like you wouldn't believe. And most of my guys were gone. And my closest buddy, I got up to look around and then he knocked me down and said, you know, you're gonna get killed if you keep doing that. But we spent the rest of the day throwing grenades back and forth, the Germans on one side and us on the other side, and it was just murder. The wounded were laying out in the field, hollering and yelling. There was only 19 of us left out of the company of over 100, and as we were moving out, I come across our company commander, Major Popham, who was laying there, had been shot through the head earlier in the day. So I went to take his map case and his papers and everything so the Jerrys wouldn't get it. And it scared the hell out of me. He said, "You're not going to leave me here." "You're not going to leave me here, are you, Scoop?" That was my nickname. So I said, well, I didn't know what to say at first because the back of his scalp was laying open.
So I put a field dressing on him. Said, look at that. Major, I can't carry you, but we'll go as far as we can. So we did, hanging on to each other. Got him back to where there were some jeeps taking out the wounded, and that was the last I seen him. I wanted to put him on a stretcher. He wouldn't go. I never seen him again, but they tell me he went back to practicing law.
The Canadian First Army was trying to take the Scheldt Valley to free the port of Antwerp as a supply route. The Germans were determined to stop them and attacked with heavy shells and mortars.
You think you're going to be okay, the other guy's going to get it. But the further in you got in the war, more you realize your chances are getting slimmer all the time. And as it got closer to the end of the war, we knew it was coming to the end, the scareder I was, because I thought, if I go all the way through this and get killed now, I always said I'd haunt that German the rest of his life.
20-year-old Doug Vidler was a mortar specialist from Canada. His lasting memory is looking out across the flooded landscape, wondering how he was expected to fight there.
Buffaloes were amphibious vehicles that we could put one bren gun carrier on, or about a dozen men.
Doug had fought across Normandy with his best friend Bob Gardner. They met just after D-Day and immediately became good friends.
We made this landing during the morning, and Bob was sitting there rubbing a ring, which he told me about his girlfriend. He gave him, had a cross in the center. And he was sitting there rubbing this ring. And I said, "What's wrong, Bob?" He said, "I don't like this." He never ever talked like that before. And I said, "Hell, we've been in worse than this," because it wasn't bad at that time. But it was a bad night. They shelled us pretty bad. Bob and I had been fighting all night. Well, the next day we were sleeping in a barn because we'd been up all night. So in the morning, about 8 o'clock or so, we went to bed. And around 11 o'clock, the barn got hit with a shell. The word went out, anybody hit? Blackie said he was hit. He got hit in the knee. So with that, I shook Bob and said, "Bob, Blackie's hit." And with that, Bob rolled over. He had one little piece of shrapnel on his head. Just one little piece. Hardly bled at all. And he was gone. It was really rough. I was never the same again after that. My nerves were really gone. And I went out to the road, and they were bringing some German prisoners down the road, and I grabbed the Bren gun, and I was going to shoot them all. I was so mad.
It was crucial the Canadians secured the Scheldt Valley. British and American airborne troops would soon need resupplying. They'd been ordered to drop behind enemy lines and capture a series of bridges across canals and rivers between the Dutch and German border. At the same time, British tanks and infantry would push towards them, join forces, and cross the bridges into Germany. The generals promised this plan, if it worked, would bring the war to an end by Christmas. Only 18 when he joined up, one of the airborne British soldiers was Bill Bloys. He couldn't wait to drop into enemy territory.
We'd been briefed for 16 jobs in France and Holland, and all they were cancelled. Sometimes the planes got in the air and they'd be flying around, and all of a sudden they would turn around and they'd come back. And people were getting fed up with it. And I remember our leader, I remember him coming up and saying, "There won't be any Germans to kill time we bloody well get there."
Frustration grew as 21-year-old apprentice blacksmith Johnny Peters remembers.
They named us the Stillborn Army because we were there for 3 weeks and nothing happened. Eventually the big one came and we were glad to get away because we wanted to get in and start fighting there. That's what we were trained to do.
On September the 17th, 1944, this massive airborne drop involved 30,000 men, the largest in history.
You could actually step over from one plane to another all the way across the channel. It was so vast. There were still planes still taking off in England while men were dropping in Holland.
Part of the US Airborne were ordered to drop at Eindhoven, Zonn and Wegel and hold the bridges for the advancing ground forces. One of the men responsible for getting them to their target was 21-year-old Lieutenant Frank Gregg.
It was on a Sunday afternoon, about 1 o'clock. Sun was shining, and I landed right on the drop zone. And it was filled with big Holstein cows, milk cows. And they panicked, of course, when all these parachutes started coming down. And I'm thinking, oh man, I'd hate to have to write home from the hospital so that I was severely wounded by a big Holstein cow. The Dutch people came out, all carrying bundles of flowers, applejack, and they were passing that out to all of my troops. I'm trying to get the troops' attention and get the heck to our objective, which was a railroad bridge. And so anyway, I finally got them separated from the cows, then the people, and it was real nice, I think. All operations ought to be like this.
It wasn't long before the fighting started.
The Germans hit and hit hard because they were withdrawing from Normandy and all of the area along the English Channel in Belgium. So there were an awful lot of Germans in the Netherlands, and we found them. Midnight that night, a battalion of Germans came down the road and attacked my bridge. I did not think I was going to make it because I lost about 1/3 of my company. When you lose one man, because everybody is key in those small airborne units, but when you lose half of a platoon, it is really devastating. Then you sit down and you have to write the letters home to the families. And you may be half dead from being tired and out fighting all day. But when you get a chance, you can't let them stack up on you or you'll never catch up. So you have to sit down and write the letters home. And that is tough. It is with deep regret that I inform you that your son or nephew or whatever his nearest relative was listed on his record was wounded in action and subsequently died at the hospital, or he was killed on the battlefield, wherever you were. You had to keep it pretty bland because we were under strict censorship, you know, at that time. And that's about all you could say. He was a good soldier, you know.
Hundreds of Frank's men died holding the bridge near Weigel.
I was able to hold that bridge in case the British had to use it to run their tanks across, their tanks and trucks. And they decorated me for holding the bridge. Never used the bridge at all.
Frank Gregg and his American comrades had secured their bridges, but to the north, British troops weren't faring as well. They'd been instructed by General Browning to hold a bridge for 48 hours. Ground forces coming from 60 miles away would relieve them. Things got off to a bad start when 350 troops were dropped 7 miles from their target, the bridge at Arnhem. They were led by 26-year-old Brigade Major Tony Hibbert.
One of the first mistakes that Browning made was that he dropped us 7 miles from the bridge, and we were all carrying about 80 pounds worth of equipment, and you can't run all the way.
"93-year-old Tony Hibbert is one of the few officers who fought in Arnhem still alive today. He was aware that High Command knew about a crack division of panzer tanks re-equipping near Arnhem. His superiors shrugged it off and sent the troops in anyway.
Well, you accepted your orders and you got on with it, and there was nothing else to do.
As Hibbert and his men were setting up their defensive positions, the bridge began to shake.
We thought that the tanks were in fact our own tanks coming from the south, the ones that were actually going to relieve us. And we had about 160 people on the bridge, and they all took off their helmets and put their berets on and came out to cheer them forward. Of course, it wasn't until they came up to the top of the bridge that we saw that they'd got the wrong insignia on.
It was the German panzers heading across Arnhem Bridge, straight towards Tony Hibbert and his men.
They all had to dash back, and we had a wonderful battle.
The men on the bridge at Arnhem had just repelled an attack by a German panzer division. They were pinned down, under heavy fire, but holding their ground. The tanks expected to relieve them were still miles away. For Tony Hibbert and his men, the fighting now spread from the bridge onto the streets of Arnhem.
There was a great deal of hand-to-hand fighting, a great deal of bayonet work. When things got really sticky, the corporal would order fixed bayonets and then go out. And the Germans ran really fast and they didn't like it.
They'd posted snipers all around the town, so the British did the same. Johnny Peters from Liverpool was a natural with a rifle.
The Germans kept firing in these houses all day long. It was like being in a cowboy film. They were ricocheting off, twing, twing. It was comical at the time. Later on, a patrol of Germans came along right in our front with an officer with about 20, 30 soldiers. We opened fire on them, and they were just like sitting ducks, you know. We killed several of them then. One chap I see, Sergeant Watson say, "Get that man." So I was lucky I shot him. We were trained to do that, kill him, you know. The first chappie I killed, well, I lined the bloke up and I thought myself, you know, before I shot him, he's got a mother or a sweetheart or wife, you know. That's the only time I ever thought before I shot him, yeah.
Back on Arnhem Bridge, Bill Bloys was out on patrol when he spotted a shelter that looked suspicious.
There was a storage of ammunition on the bridge, but we didn't know it was ammunition inside. Each group had its own flame carrier by the engineers. Called an engineer up, give it the works. It went up like a bomb. Bang! The bridge shook. It caught a light all around. Oh my God.
In the streets around the bridge, the Germans, with their greater numbers and firepower, were pounding the British.
When we were in the house, there might be a squadron of us in the house there. Jerry started firing at us, of course. So we ran out and got into the next one, you see, and they followed up and let us have it in that one. Well, they had these tank blasters that they blew the front of the houses right out, and they knocked them out one at a time. As we getting out, they were following us and letting us have it, you see.
A friend of mine called Private Jackson, he said to me, "Johnny, I've been shot in the neck." And he said, "I think it's come out the other side." And it had. It come out the other side there because he got a stiff neck. And so I said to him, I knew he was in shock. I said, "Do you think I can go and try and get you some tea somewhere?" So he said, "Yes, if you don't mind." I left my rifle. I went 300 or 400 yards. I found a bloke making tea. I asked him, could he give me a mess full of tea? And he said, yes. Told my mate was wounded. I just got away when they shouted shell in this area. When I looked at the tea, it was full of sand, so I had to chuck it away. I went back to where he was. All I see was a man on a stretcher with his leg off. Couldn't find this Fred Jackson.
Johnny never found Fred Jackson. If he hadn't gone to fetch him tea, Johnny might not be alive today. At the bridge at Arnhem, the situation was chaotic. Medics were unable to evacuate the wounded, radios weren't working, and the men were completely cut off. The ground forces sent to support the Allies were still miles away. The generals had planned for 10,000 men to hold the bridge at Arnhem for 2 to 3 days. Instead, 740 men held it for over 4. Because of this, the Germans intensified their attacks.
They'd been pumping smoke shells into our building, which of course have phosphorus in them. And at least half our men in the brigade headquarters building had to spend their time putting out fires. All the time, artillery shells bursting, and every time they burnt, they sent great lumps of rubble flying through the air all around you.
Arnhem was in flames, and the troops had nowhere left to hide.
We knew that the game was over. We were running from one to the other and getting out the way and fighting and running. And that was Jerry's were winning the battle then.
We had 2 medics, 2 doctors, and they was working like hell. And the casualties started to really build up. And the Germans knew this.
They'd virtually been without any sleep. We were without water, we were without food, and we'd run out of all medicines. And they all kept their spirits up, and they were still laughing and joking. They didn't think of themselves very brave people. They were the best.
We were kept hoping, when is the army coming? The officers, they didn't know, but as I say, a morale boost said they'd be here tomorrow. Tomorrow never came.
Unable to treat their wounded, the Allies realised they'd have to swallow their pride and raise the white flag.
Everything was devastated. I felt ashamed that we had been there and let these people down. To me, it should have never taken place.
Bill was captured, taken prisoner, and sent to a salt mine in Germany. He escaped, was caught, sent back to the salt mine, only to escape again. Johnny Peters was one of the lucky ones. He got away by boat across the Rhine.
The Daily Express man took a photograph, all small and that, and then that was in the Daily Express the next day apparently, and the caption of that was, "They fought like lions." And my mum couldn't afford the paper, someone come and said, "There's a paper here, they blokes in Arnhem, you know, fighting in Arnhem, they're fighting airborne." And she said, "Oh, that's my son," and she collapsed. She recognised me. Yeah.
Tony Hibbert was also taken prisoner. He lay hidden amongst the rubble of what was once Arnhem, only to be discovered by German officers and taken away with some of his men.
About 10 miles out of Arnhem, the lorry was stopped. And as it started again, I and another officer jumped off the lorry, and I managed to escape. As I was escaping, the German corporal in charge of the lorry turned his Schmeisser onto my comrades and shot 6 of them dead. And that will remain with me for the rest of my life. I think that's the only time I remember any real emotion.
The massive airborne attack had failed. The troops had landed in different places, almost randomly across Europe, and couldn't connect up. Operation Market Garden was a disaster. The Canadians were more successful. They'd almost taken the Scheldt Valley and the estuary that would open up the port of Antwerp. Walcheren Island was the final stronghold still in enemy hands. It was heavily fortified with enormous concrete gun emplacements. To support the Canadians, the generals sent in the Marine commandos. Among them was Jim Kelly from Liverpool.
They said they had to take that island, and that's why it became very important, because it dominated the Scheldt estuary, and no shipping could get past it because it was a mass of guns in huge concrete emplacements.
Jim had joined the Marines as a token act of revenge for the Luftwaffe's bombing of his hometown.
A troop, which I belonged to, weren't the leading troop at that time. And the men on the left flank, they'd quartered in a minefield, and there was 4 men went down.
Carefully hidden below the flooded surface, the Germans had covered the ground with mines known as bouncing Bettys. This is what happens when a soldier's boot triggered the device. Jim knew he had to tread carefully to get his mates out.
I went across into the minefield and poked my way across to the first fellow. When I lifted him up, there was a pop, and a mine popped out the ground in between his back, the middle of his back, and my chest. And I had 4 seconds, I think. It didn't go off, so I just took him out in my own footsteps until I brought the 4 out.
With everyone safely out of the minefield, Jim and the others still had to take on the bunkers.
And the concrete emplacements were huge. They had a full-size hospital in one.
As they approached, they had no idea what resistance they would face.
Once we got on top of them, they just locked the doors and stayed there. We banged on the doors and we shouted at them, to come out and that, but we ended up, for most part of the time, just lying on the top of them for a night, freezing cold. And the next morning they would come out with all their gear packed, the little haversacks and whatnot, and they'd come out and they'd just surrender. And each battery by battery by battery, we did that, right round the island.
Defeated Germans were giving up. Jim and his men began to move quickly from bunker to bunker between the dunes, assuming they'd taken all the Germans prisoner.
We went down into the sand dune, and as soon as we went down into that hollow, the Germans fired. They knew they had us caught in that ball. And the next thing was we had shells and mortar bombs raining down on us, so paid the price. We lost 12 men on that day, and we could have ill afforded to lose 12.
Jim had multiple shrapnel wounds. He was taken to hospital and returned to England. He was mentioned in dispatches for his role at Walcheren. The men had succeeded in taking the general's objective, opening up the Scheldt estuary. Ammunition and supplies could now flow through the port of Antwerp and get to troops on the front line. The atrocities Doug Vidler witnessed, including the loss of his friend Bob, resulted in what's now known as post-traumatic stress disorder.
Losing my best friend and the shelling really got to me. And they wanted me to be a sergeant at the end, and I refused it. I didn't want to be responsible for other guys. I had enough to do to look after myself.
Doug received treatment, and his nightmares finally came to an end. After helping his injured company commander, Bill Davis, also known as Scoop, was himself injured and returned home.
How they got the job done, I don't know, but I'm very proud. To have served with those guys. Very proud. That's a red hackle. We wear that in our hat instead of a badge. And I wear it every chance I get.
In the next chapter, the men set off to liberate Berlin, but Hitler fooled them with a major counterattack at the Battle of the Bulge. Hundreds died in the coldest winter in years as the men found themselves fighting from foxholes in the snow-covered forests of Germany.
Tree bursts, mortars, Nibelwalfers, 88s. You're just cannon fodder.
And at the town of Bastogne, the men were surrounded, outnumbered, low on food and ammunition.
You're cold and hungry and wet, but you still go. And go, and go.
The big thing about being an infantryman is the living conditions. I spent most of my time in foxholes.
December 1944, deep in the Ardennes on the edge of the German border. 19-year-old Private Arnold Whitaker was dug into his foxhole.
To keep busy, we would improve on it. We'd make it wider and deeper, and then with our ingenuity, we'd always seem to find some kind of straw to put in the bottom. We'd take our pictures of movie stars, i.e. Betty Grable and Rita Hayworth, and we'd find a stick and stick them on the side walls. We'd dig a hole in there to put our canteen in there. And the irony of the whole thing, it was typically an ideal size and depth for a casket.
From Michigan, Arnold had never left the United States. Soon after basic training, he was sent straight to the front line.
The first night, I was caught in explosions, tree bursts, mortars, Nibelwalfers, 88s. They would hit the trees and then explode and then come down like rain, hot metal, ragged metal, and hit you. Many of the guys were injured by splinters. It hit them and explode and then come down like arrows. One blew my helmet off and blew my M1 away. I was a 19-year-old kid reaching around on hands and knees in the dark, because without your helmet and without your M1, you're useless. You're nothing. You're just cannon fodder. Now, after one day, I'm a veteran.
The Allies had already fought across the beaches on D-Day. Survived bloody street battles at Arnhem and chased the retreating Germans all the way back to their border. The front line now stretched from the tip of Holland as far south as Switzerland. The general's new objective was to break through the entire Siegfried line, 400 miles of heavily defended fortification, the final barrier into the heart of Germany itself. The fighting now concentrated in the densely forested region of the Ardennes.
We knew the winter was coming. It starts with a very cold blowing wind and just snow flakes, just here and there. But the flakes aren't actually flakes. They're in little balls like pellets.
It turned into the coldest winter on record. Getting supplies through to the men was often impossible.
We weren't properly equipped. We didn't have parkas. All we had was that damn heavy overcoat. And once that overcoat got wet, it weighed a ton. So then they said, well, put your plastic raincoat over it. You put your plastic raincoat over it, then you're like a zombie. You can't move your hands because it was so tough. But we were stealing, not stealing, we liberated the white parkas from the Germans. When we captured Germans, we were taking their parkas. Now we found out parkas, pile caps and everything had come up to the rear, but the guys in the rear kept them all. Us guys up in the line never got them. So needless to say, especially the 82nd, when they got relieved and went to the rear, they beat the hell out of the rear. People, anybody they saw wearing overshoes, galoshes, or a parka, the airborne just automatically beat the hell out of them.
The temperature was so bad, our K rations were frozen, so many times the little wooden spoons would break, so we liberated sterling spoons and carried them in our pockets. And then from a sanitation standpoint, like a dishwasher, we would always sanitize them by doing this and sticking them in our pocket that was filled with dirt. Well, it caught up with us. We ended up with the worst case of dysentery. And when you have dysentery, you don't say to Mother Nature, let's postpone that for an ideal time to satisfy you. If you had to go and artillery shells were coming in, you had to put something in your pants or you wet your pants. In other words, the decision was based on life or death.
Conditions were atrocious. Even digging foxholes and slit trenches proved useless. As the German shells exploded in the trees above them, lethal splinters shattered everywhere.
You were absolutely shit scared most of the time. Airbursts caused multi wounds in all sorts of places. You'd get limbs being ripped, parts of limbs being ripped.
Bored working in a munitions factory, at just 16, Bill Edwards lied about his age to join up. He was now a stretcher bearer with the 1st Battalion Worcestershire Regiment.
I remember one guy I knew quite well, and his entire back was skinless from neck to waist. And he was in a lot of trouble, a lot of agony. And I gave him morphine. There was no chance of covering the wound, it was too big. I gave him morphine and a couple of doses, and he was pleading with me to shoot him. So I had to say to him, sorry, mate, that I haven't got a weapon. I can't do that. In any case, I couldn't do it because you're going to be all right. And you're lying through your teeth because you knew he wasn't going to be all right.
"17 years old when he too lied about his age, Private Carl Beck from Missouri had joined the 101st Airborne Division.
I was a slick-sleeved private machine gunner. And I let you know, I wouldn't hardly let anybody carry that machine gun. In fact, I had a stencil made, and I stenciled the side of that machine gun along the receiver. I called it Jivin' Joan. And that was a little lady that I knew back in my high school days.
Carl, with his machine gun, had fought all the way from the Normandy beaches. With no airdrops, he was now bogged down in a freezing cold forest.
We were in this hole. I'd set up Jivin' Joan and had this kid as an assistant gunner. Word came that the mail had come in. I told him, okay, you stay here and I'll go back and get the mail. Well, this kid had a package. And by this time, getting all the way from the States, it was pretty beat up to begin with. And I had all this mail and stuff heading back for the hole. Artillery concentration came in. And when it did, I hit the ground. And when I did, that package came the rest of the way open in this pecan bar. They make them here in South Georgia. They're very high calorie. They're just delicious. came flipping out of it. And you see, you just lose all sense of morality, because I knew, my instinct told me that that kid was dead. So I picked up that bar and ate it. And sure enough, when I got back to the hole, he was dead. And I can't even remember his name. I don't remember. That's what combat does to you. You live like an animal, and you react like an animal. Yeah. But, you know, you get over it when you get back to civilization, and, you know, I used to wake up in the night and say, here they come, you know, I'd catch myself. But I've sort of outgrown it by now, and you never forget it. You don't want to do it again, but you just never forget it.
Fighting through the coldest winter in decades, the Allies were still advancing towards the Siegfried line from the west, and the Russians closing in from the east. Hitler's armies were losing on both fronts. Remarkably, Hitler took one last gamble and secretly amassed troops and armour behind his western front line. Then on December the 16th, 1944, he launched a massive counterattack through the Ardennes, pushing Allied lines back into Belgium. This was the beginning of the Battle of the Bulge. Instead of chasing a retreating army, suddenly exhausted Allied soldiers were up against Germany's most experienced and reinvigorated units. When an Allied division was overrun, young veteran Arnold Whittaker and his battalion was sent in to help.
When we got there, it was just covered with snow. And then when you got closer, there would be a hand sticking out here or an M1 there. We were concerned that with all the snow we were getting, that the quartermaster wouldn't find them. Wouldn't find them until spring. So what we did, we took their M1 and put the bayonet on it and stuck it in the ground so it would stand up that high, so the quartermaster would know that there's a dead GI there. Because after a while, with enough snow, there weren't mounds.
The counterattack had caught the Allies completely by surprise. The Germans were now racing to control the small market town of Bastogne. With 7 major highways passing through its centre, it was a vital crossroads. Allied generals knew the Germans had to be stopped. All leave was cancelled. 22-year-old Lieutenant Frank Gregg of the 101st Airborne Division was on a 3-day pass in Reims.
A runner came down and he says, the colonel wants to see you right away. So I took off up the road. I knew something was serious. And he says, we are moving out as soon as we can load the trucks, which are coming in now, and going to a town called Bastogne, because we got to get there before the Germans do.
These are the men of the US 101st preparing to set off for Bastogne. With Easy Company was 20-year-old Ed Shames.
So we got on trucks with the equipment that we did not have, nothing. We had almost nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. We had no overcoats. We had no overshoes. We had no gloves. I didn't know where we were going, or what we were going to do there.
We drove all night up the French highway, the Belgian highway. We pulled into a big barnyard. The commander says, "Get your troops off, and come daylight, I want you to get up this road here. You run into the Germans and stop them." I said, "Yes, sir." They were attacking with divisions, the Germans were, and I had one rifle company with about 100 men.
We were encircled the minute we got there. And our whole medical company that was on the tail end of our command was cut off. They were captured. The whole command, the whole medical unit. The Germans were all around, everywhere. 180,000 Germans. And that's where we fought.
The German army began to close in on the troops defending Bastogne.
Refugees were coming in to Bastogne from the way I was going. And I knew what that meant. The Germans weren't very far behind. And there come the Germans over the hill. So we ran together on the side of this hill. And I deployed my men on both sides of the road. The Germans deployed their men on both sides of the road. And we fired at each other for the rest of that afternoon. Oh, it went from bad to worse.
Bastogne had now been under siege for days. The weather prevented any possibility of air support or supply drops. The 101st was surrounded and cut off. One of them, dug into a foxhole with Jiving Joan, his trusty machine gun, was Private Carl Beck.
We were 17 or 18 years old, and the thing that you feel, of course, is a little bit of fear, pretty much of the unknown. But the greatest fear to me, and I'm sure I express this for my comrades, the greatest fear for me was to let my friends down. The company commander was named Hilton. He said, "Beck, get your machine gun to get up there and fire this, what we call a final protective line, an FPL. It's got a different name nowadays, forward edge of the battle area or something. The idea of an FPL is to get interlocking machine gun fire and let the infantry walk through it."
I looked out there the next morning, and the Germans hanging over that barbed wire fence, trying to get through. And those guys next to me did a good job of stopping them. Oh gosh, they must have killed, must have been 25 people hanging over those fences the next morning.
when we killed these Germans, there was no need to do anything with them because they froze up like a block of ice, hard as granite. And if they came up to us, we dropped them right then right in front of our foxholes. We couldn't, sure as hell wasn't gonna move them, so we used them as a table. What the hell, or something to sit down on. They were warmer than the damn snow.
With temperatures dropping to well below freezing in thick fog, the Americans were still unable to send in supplies.
We were hurting. You're cold and hungry and wet, but you still go. And go, and go.
Oh, it was brutal. We ran out of food, and we were just about out of ammunition. When we got a break in the weather, and some C-47s came in and threw out some bundles.
One of my squad leaders came to me and said, Lieutenant, you have a package. And at that time, I had burlap on my feet, and I had nothing. I had a pair of gloves that was taken off of a German soldier that had no fingers in it, and I had no hat. I had my helmet, of course. I had no scarf, and certainly no coat. I said, my God, somebody sent me a scarf or a hat or a pair of gloves. I couldn't wait for the package. And when he gave me the package, it was about 2 inches by 2 inches and about 8 inches long. And I opened it up, and there was a fountain pen, just what I needed.
Finally, on December the 26th, the US Third Army broke through to relieve Bastogne. Greatly outnumbered for a week, Ed, Frank and Carl had been part of the US forces who'd successfully held off the German army. For those who fought at the siege of Bastogne, they never felt they were rescued.
We were glad to get relieved, believe me, but rescued we were not, because we were still full of fight. And to prove it, we moved on into the Bulge wood and took them on again.
A week into the Battle of the Bulge, the Allies were losing hundreds of men a day. As the dead and injured were taken away, young, inexperienced replacements were rushed to the front to take their place.
We get new replacements, get to know them by their first name. 2 days later, they're dead. And we're talking about 70% turnover all the time. If we had an 8-man squad, which is supposed to be 12, we thought that was a big deal. They just killed us all the time.
18 years old from Boston, USA, Bill Ryan saw many of these green troops join his unit.
They sent in so many new replacements, and they didn't know nothing. I can remember the first sergeant coming around asking, hey, remember this guy that came in last night? You know what his name is? They didn't even know what his name was, for crying out loud. That's how these casualties the replacements were killed so quick in the Battle of the Bulge. Because you got to pick them up in the morning report as assigned and joined, and the first sergeant's pulling his hair out because he didn't even know the names of these guys.
New to the front line, 19-year-old Gil Nelson was sent out with his company on what he thought was a training exercise.
Suddenly, A single rifle bullet went over my head. And the next thing, German machine guns. We had never heard a German machine gun before. We had lots of practice under American machine guns, which went boom, 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 boom. And, but there's absolutely no comparison between what the German machine gun sounds like and ours. It's like a string of Chinese firecrackers that very rapid, and they're snaps over your head. The sound was deafening. It made me very, very frightened. There was so many bullets going over our heads. So much mayhem, the sound, the sight of blood, the death of people, the screams.
Not long after arriving on the battlefield, many of Gill's troop were either killed or wounded.
Baptism of fire was a major thing, and it forced me to think what life was all about.
With so many inexperienced soldiers coming forward, the front line descended into disarray. Hitler issued orders to create fear and terror and cause chaos amongst the Allies. Germans dressed in American uniforms misdirected traffic, changed road signs and cut telephone lines.
Many of them had lived in the United States at one time. They knew about Lou Gehrig and they knew about the Yankees and the Giants. And as that word got around that we were being infiltrated, any little sound that you heard, you just automatically assumed it was somebody sneaking up on you. So the nervousness increased.
No one could be trusted. Security was tightened, passwords issued.
Password that night was jingle bells. So I'm hollering, jingle bells, jingle bells. And then there's shots come over my head, and I'm getting down and yelling all of them, for Christ's sake, get down. So I crawled a little bit forward, and I knew it was British, and I'm yelling, jingle bells, jingle bells. And then I'm saying, for Christ's sake. And finally, some guy in a red beret got up from behind a truck or something rather and said, it's the bloody Canadians. So I said to the 6 men I had with me, come on, follow me, and we'll get up to the British lines. And there was an officer there from the 8th Battalion. He had a smile on his face. And I said, for Christ's sake, what are you shooting at us for? And he said, you didn't give the right password. And I said it was jingle. And he said it was changed. It was jingle bells was yesterday. Today it's Tobruk or something.
With everyone on edge looking over their shoulders, stories spread of atrocities committed by German troops. Then on December the 17th in the Belgian town of Malmedy, an SS Panzer division took a whole American battery prisoner. Many were found lying in the snow, shot in the back of the head.
Now, the rumor was that 800 was killed and they went down to about 80. To this day, I don't think they really know how many actually, because the bodies froze over and they had to wait till it thawed out to pick them all up. But the word spread to the infantry immediately that the SS had massacred these people in Malmedy. So the word went out unofficially, don't take any prisoners. If we were out on patrol to capture prisoners for interrogation, yeah, we didn't kill them. But if they came in close and everything and they'd throw their rifle down, we shot them.
Ed Shames remembers when Easy Company captured a group of Germans.
We determined who was the leader of the group. We asked him to give us the information. We wanted to know where more of the Germans in American uniforms were, because that was necessary to save our skins, if you know what I mean. And we said we will give him 5 seconds to answer the question. And if he didn't, we was gonna blow his brains out. And in some cases, we blew his brains out. I said, you know, after that, we had no problem at all getting all the answers we wanted.
At 16, Harley Reynolds left his family to join the army. He'd seen action in the deserts of North Africa and fought his way through Europe. With his company, Harley was now deep in the Hurtgen forest.
During the night, the Germans caught us by surprise, and they had developed a flare gun, but instead of a flare, it shot a grenade. Now, this is close quarters. You're talking about 20 to 30 yards, but that was one wicked thing, and it's our first time to ever run up against it. It sounded like buses or trucks or something being thrown. For an explosion to go off that close to you, it makes you like a piece of jelly. It goes through you, and you have to recover for this, and everything has to settle back into place, realign itself before you can even move. And they just slaughtered us. I was one of 13 men left standing from the battalion.
The rest of them were either captured, wounded, or lay dead in the forest snow.
Scared or afraid? That's not the word for it. I wish I had a good description of fear. It's, I don't know if I could describe it as there's a good fear and bad fear. The good being that you become numb to where you're able to function under these threats of death.
Having witnessed the massacre, Harley was taken off the front line. After 2 years of fighting, he was eventually sent home.
I topped the rise where I could see the house, and my dad had finished this house. He had started it before I left home, and he had finished this house. I could see it, and when I spotted the house, there was one of my sisters that was on the front porch, and she saw me top that rise and recognized me immediately. And she let out a scream, and I can hear all the way back in Virginia even now that Harley's home. Did it.
both parents, and my 3 sisters were home. They came running to meet me. And my father's first words were, "Well, son, maybe we can get a good night's sleep now."
January 1945. The Allies began to claw back the ground they'd lost in the Battle of the Bulge. Thousands moved forward, pushing the Germans back, foxhole by foxhole. Deep in a forest, dug in for the night with his regiment, was 19-year-old Clayton Bird from Tennessee.
We woke up the next morning, and the normal tactic is to check the people on your right, check the people on your left to make sure they're still there. And we did both of those things, and there was nobody there. And we realized that all of a sudden we were behind what had suddenly become the German front line, all by ourselves, lonesome, probably with a day's supply of food, water, and ammunition. We realized that we were cut off from any friendly force. No radio, no way of communicating.
During the night, their division had been attacked and forced to withdraw. In the confusion, Clayton was one of 26 men left behind, forgotten by the others.
Each of our families received telegrams from the War Department that we would either have been captured, annihilated, or in any event, no longer there. We were missing in action. We wondered, what do we do now? And we saw a number of American soldiers lashed to trees, their bodies lashed to trees, and they were, had been abused, used as target practice. And we realized that would be our lot if we had surrendered to them. And we decided that because of that, we would fight to the last man. There was a sense of peace about it. We weren't having to make that decision again tomorrow. We decided then that we were going to do what was necessary. The next morning at daylight, a platoon of Germans stumbled into us, having no idea we were there. We wiped them out. Then, when they knew we were there, they attacked us one day across a 500-yard area of flat country, which was a stupid tactical blunder. We mowed them down. Then they tried to do the same thing at night and put up a flare just before they got to us so that they could see to wipe us out. Well, by mistake, they sent the flare up with them still 7,500 yards or so out. And we used the flare to mow them down. We hadn't eaten for a week. Every shot that we fired had to have a specific target because we didn't have ammunition to waste.
For 7 days, Clayton and his small group of men managed to hold off an overwhelming force of Germans. When Allied troops finally advanced through the forest, Clayton and his men were discovered.
We got credit for so upsetting the Germans, they didn't know where the front lines really were, because they sure wasn't expecting front lines in our area. We had trusted each other, and we knew if we were all going to go down, we'd go down together. And I'm proud of that group of people.
By the 28th of January 1945, the Allies had recaptured all the territory lost to the Germans. The Battle of the Bulge was over. Now they could concentrate on breaking the Siegfried line, Germany's final defense. Stretching nearly 400 miles, the troops faced tank traps and barbed wire, linked by a network of more than 18,000 heavily defended concrete bunkers. After fighting their way back from behind enemy lines, Clayton Bird's company was sent to break through the line of pillboxes.
But it was a very difficult thing, because what you wanted to do was to find some way to get firepower through that slot that they used for shooting.
At first, we'd take a flamethrower, if there were any infantry there, to get them out of the way.
With the soldiers came engineers like Frank Cam, experts in blowing up even the biggest concrete structures.
We'd have a soldier run down with a 40-pound satchel charge of explosives, swing it against the door with a time fuse on it, run back around the corner, and then it'd explode. And when it would, the back door would blow in, and the concussion would be such it would knock out everybody that was inside. Then our men would run in, grab the place, and that was it.
When Clayton Bird's company was ordered to destroy 4 pillboxes, something unexpected happened.
There was a white flag hanging out that opening, and we had conversation with the German. He says, if you will put on a display of force, I will surrender the people in this pillbox. And what we did, we shot hundreds, thousands, maybe thousands of rounds of ammunition up into the sky, and we really had a fireworks display going on. Well, he gave up. Well, when all that happened, 2 of the other pillboxes, they decided they would give up as well.
The next morning, the men in the 4th pillbox also surrendered.
So we got 4 pillboxes without a single casualty. That's over 120 people that came out as prisoners of war.
Once the pillboxes were cleared, the engineers filled them with explosives and blew them up. With the Siegfried line in ruins, the Allies could now advance towards the Rhine, the last obstacle before the heart of Germany. Clayton Bird carried on into Germany. For holding off the Germans after finding themselves trapped behind enemy lines, Clayton and his troop were all decorated with the Silver Star. Having survived the horrors of his first combat, Gil Nelson eventually became a sergeant in charge of replacements. Injured by mortar fire during the siege of Bastogne, Private Carl Beck continued on into Germany with his beloved machine gun, Jiving Joan. In the final chapter, the Allies crossed the River Rhine while desperate Germans tried to stop them.
So you weren't killed by the artillery, you just drowned.
Across Europe, the Allies discover the reality of Nazi Germany.
What we could smell and see were rags all over the place. Rags. They weren't rags, they were dead bodies.
And the RAF fly in to bomb Berlin, the most heavily defended city in Europe.
The wing commander is pointed to Berlin, and in one voice, 150 voices would say, "Oh,
American soldiers were in a race against the Germans.
I think there were about 70 different German bridges across the Rhine River, and the Germans blew up those bridges so that we couldn't go across.
One bridge was left standing. The Americans got there too late. Germans set off explosive charges, but failed to destroy it. The Allies knew they had to get across the Rhine before the enemy made another attempt to blow up the bridge. The war in Europe was reaching its final phase, but it was taking a heavy toll on the soldiers. So far, they'd battled on the Normandy beaches, fought in the streets of Caen, endured relentless combat in the coldest winter for decades. Then pushed back a German counterattack and broken through the Siegfried line. The generals now planned to launch a massive attack over the Rhine, the last obstacle between the Allies and Nazi Germany. Then race against Stalin's Red Army towards Hitler's heavily defended fortress, Berlin.
I received orders to cross the bridge as rapidly as possible. As we drove across it, there were holes in the bridge, and we dodged around them. And also, I looked up on the right and I saw on the truss there was a big break in the truss that the Germans had exploded. And I could tell that if that truss were to go all the way, the bridge would collapse.
The engineers were at the far end, you know. Hey, you dumb Yanks, you better double time it. The bridge is going up any minute, you know, so we double timed the whole bridge.
As the Allies raced across in great numbers, the Germans became even more desperate to destroy it.
The Germans attacked it with over 200 aircraft, dropping bombs and so forth, trying to get that bridge to go down.
I never saw so many anti-aircraft guns. They were trying to save the bridge from being bombed. And the German aircraft that were coming in, they were just firing away all the time. They really put up a lot of firepower.
Despite heavy bombing, Frank, Bill, and over 25,000 Allied troops crossed the Ludendorff Bridge. Badly damaged, 10 days later it finally fell into the Rhine.
When the bridge finally collapsed, they had a whole bunch of ambulances on board on the bridge that had wounded on it, and they all died. It was loaded with ambulances and other vehicles, but mainly ambulances.
With the last remaining bridge in ruins, the generals had to find another way to get troops across the Rhine. They launched a massive airborne attack 21-year-old Patrick Delaforce and his unit provided covering fire for the airborne troops.
Our job was to pass the remains of the German armies that had been thrown over the river. We fired our guns non-stop for about 10 hours. And that was the biggest consecutive bombardment that I'd ever been in, anybody else had been in. And on the far side, we could see the airborne division going over.
Among them was Platoon Sergeant Andy Anderson from Toronto, Canada. He clearly remembers the moment just before he jumped.
I'm looking at the Rhine River and I'm thinking, Jesus, that's an awful wide river. It's only seconds later that the green light comes on and it's go. I could hear the crack of rifle fire and machine gun fire, and I could look up to see that the canopy was open, and sure enough, there's a couple of holes through the canopy.
Also jumping that day, 21-year-old Jan de Vries.
When I heard the bullets going by, I looked up, saw the whole chute full of holes. Jesus, getting me down. The breeze caught me, and I came through the trees, broke a few branches on the way down, and came to a jolt about 7 feet off the ground. That was it. And I hung there. And the Germans were sweeping the field with a machine gun, and I had to cut myself free so I could fall clear. And I couldn't get my knife because of the equipment. I could see the branches drop on each side of me, but they always missed. And then two guys came along, and one of them lifted the other one up, and the weight of the three of us pulled my canopy clear, and it came down, and the three of us were on the ground, so I was a happy boy again.
As more airborne troops landed, the remaining ground forces were making the crossing all along the Rhine. "19-year-old Arnold Whitaker was one of the troops about to navigate the river by boat.
We didn't have in basic training, we didn't take a coordinated rowing lessons. So the engineers would pound on the side to get us coordinated.
To make things worse, they were coming under heavy German shelling.
It wasn't until one of those shells hit the bottom of the river that we finally got with it and say, let's get across. The water itself would not ignite the shell. It hit the bottom of the river and then exploded and would come up like Old Faithful, like this. If that was below your flat bottom rowboat, it'd flip you over with 70 pounds of gear. So you weren't killed by the artillery, you just drowned.
With Arnold was his good friend Goldie. They'd been in combat together since September 1944.
We had an unspoken word. Don't get too close to some of your foxhole buddies because you don't know how long you're going to have them. And I got close to Goldie. He was from Sulphur Spring, Texas. He was 6'2", blonde, blue eyes, destined to be a movie star. He was downright handsome. And we crossed the Rhine, and there was a sniper picking us off. One thing about a sniper, if you hear the bullet, you're alive. In other words, if you don't hear it, you're dead. And he missed me right beside my ear. And then my friend Dick Weiss, he came over and they got him in the left arm. And I said, "Where's Goldie?" And the next guy got over and the sniper didn't hit him. He says, "Goldie isn't coming." He says he got it right here in the throat. I started crying. I thought, what a shame that why he's come all this way, and well, I did. 19-year-old, dirty old infantry replacement, walking and firing his M1 and crying. I wasn't doing a very good job of firing my M1. I was just doing it mechanically, and I shouldn't have got so emotionally tied, but.
By the end of March 1945, thousands more troops had crossed the Rhine and pushed on into Germany.
After 5 years of woe, despondency, that was a colossal leap forward. Psychologically, it was very important. The die is really cast. We're getting into the heartland of the Third Reich.
As the Allies on the ground headed towards Berlin, the Air Force was sent in to bomb key cities and weaken German defences. 24-year-old Leonard Levy was a Lancaster bomber pilot. He remembers the anxiety and fear before each mission.
The briefing starts in a very large room, and the wing commander is pointed to Berlin, and in one voice, 150 voices would say, "Oh, shit." Berlin was the most heavily defended city in all of Europe. Most heavily defended city in all of Europe. Some of the guys used to like to stand and pee on the wheels of the aircraft before they would take off, for luck. Some of the guys would say, "Leonard, are you wearing your lucky sweater?" Everybody had a little thing. Everybody had a little thing. I'm going to take you on our last trip to Berlin, okay? There's going to be 600-700 aircraft in the air at the same time. night fighters, flak, searchlights. They had 88 guns that were unbelievable. Have you ever been in a car and you have been in a hailstorm and what it sounds like on your car? That's what flak sounds like on the body of an aircraft. All you hear is ping, 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 ping. The aircraft went down, no parachutes came out. 7 young men in that aircraft. They're gone. That aircraft's going to go straight down, and those guys didn't get out. That's what happens.
Lancasters dropped both high explosive and incendiary bombs. Some were modified to carry just one big bomb.
The tall boys were blockbusters. And when I say blockbusters, that's what they were. They were anywhere up to 20,000 pounds. 20,000 pounds? 10 ton. One bomb. As soon as the bomb's away, your aircraft is like this, and all of a sudden it goes like this. Because it's lost all of that weight and it just lifts itself automatically.
On their way home, Leonard and his crew ran into trouble. All the details faithfully recorded in his flight log.
We've now been flying like over 10 hours. The port outer engine was damaged and ceased to function. The aircraft filled with smoke and fire. We lost our hydraulics. We lost our electronics. And the night fighter on our tail was eventually shaken, although 8,000 feet of altitude was lost. A course was set across the North Sea for the nearest coast of England. We ended up crash landing at a fighter drome called Col de Shaw. We had a total of about 55,000 aircrew. 16,000 were dead. 16,000 never came home.
The Allies were getting close to Berlin from the west. 2.5 million Russian soldiers were coming in from the east. The race for victory was on.
We went through Germany so quick, I really don't remember hardly anything. We were just moving.
And we started advancing about 8 to 10 miles a day, capturing hundreds of Germans every day. In fact, there were so many of them that our soldiers would just wave them on the roads and have them go back without guards sometimes.
Every once in a while, we'd come to a village where they wouldn't surrender, and they kept firing. And then out come these guys with a white flag, and we saw they were all young kids, Hitlerjugend. But the Hitlerjugend were fanatics. And they had their hands on their head saying, "Kamerad, Kamerad, Kamerad." And then suddenly it dawned on us, when we took their weapons, they had no ammunition. They had fired every round they had, and this went on for a couple of days, a couple of villages. And finally, the battalion commander, Colonel Horner, come up and said, "This is crazy, waste them." And I had never heard that word before, waste them. So if they didn't surrender, they come out the next morning, we killed every one of them. And it didn't faze us in the least.
The Allies raced towards Berlin and expected to reach it within days. Unknown to some, the generals decided the honor of taking Germany's capital city would be given to the Russians. One of the Red Army soldiers who had that honor was 24-year-old Yakov Yarkin. Born in the Ukraine to a Jewish family, he'd been fighting the Germans for over 4 years.
1945, early spring. And by then we had the feeling we were equal to the Germans. We weren't afraid of them anymore. We had a long period of advancing behind us. Morale was quite high. Berlin was all ruins because of the massive American and British bombardment. The people were in the basements. There was no water, no electricity, there was no food. It was just ruins. We met our first serious resistance in the suburbs of Berlin. That was when the hard fighting really started, and it was hand-to-hand fighting, and the casualties were serious. First, the tanks went in, but because the Germans had Panzerfaust, which could penetrate the tank and explode from inside, our tanks were easy targets, and many were destroyed. The Germans used explosive bullets, which seemed to be everywhere. We felt surrounded, and so everybody panicked. So we changed strategy. The infantry went in first under the support of mortars. We tried to surround the building and get the Germans to surrender. We'd throw grenades inside. And if that didn't work, despite the danger, we'd go in and advance step by step, till there was hand-to-hand fighting with them. There wasn't anything heroic about it. It was just a hard job. There were sometimes civilians in the buildings, and when the buildings collapsed because of the explosions of grenades and shells, people were killed under the rubble.
While the Russians fought their way through the bombed-out streets of Berlin, Allied units went after the rest of the German army. 400 miles west of Berlin, Patrick Delaforce was advancing through the quiet German countryside.
Suddenly, we were halted and the medical people came round and rather rudely squirted white DDT down all our uniforms, down our trousers, shirts, head. And we said, what the hell's going on? They said, well, it's a typhus area up in front. There were a total of 60,000 there. What we could smell and see were rags all over the place. Rags. They weren't rags. They were dead bodies, or dying bodies. And the smell was appalling. And if you concentrated on anything, you see that tree there at the bottom of it, or something, occasionally there'd be a little twitch. That person might not actually be dead. Everywhere, the whole landscape was with these little bags of rags, really. That's all they looked like at that stage. And of the 60,000, in the next 4 weeks, 16,000 died. There's nothing anybody could do for them. We didn't know anything about concentration camps. Never heard of them. Nobody ever heard of them.
Bergen-Belsen was just one of many camps being discovered all across Europe. "120 miles south, American units were heading towards the town of Nordhausen. Amongst them, 21-year-old Morton Weitzman, the youngest of 7 from a Jewish family.
We came under fire from German machine gunners at the sentry gates, and we were seasoned infantry. We knew how to handle that. They were disposed of in a hurry, and we blew down the gates of Dora Mittelbau and greeted by these thousands of dead bodies.
In the camp, Morton's regiment discovered an underground factory where men and women worked as slaves, making Hitler's V-2 rockets.
The stench was unbelievable. They did bodies in a form that were indescribable. We finally got to a place where there were crematoria, and there were about 10 or so ovens in that crematoria. We were told to open up the doors of each one. They were warm or hot, and we found the bones and ashes that you would expect. We got to the middle one, the walls were cold, and our commanding officer, Lieutenant Ungerleiter, also a Jew, said, "Be careful about this." And there was a group of us who opened up the doors, and this was going to be different from the other ovens. And there was a German officer inside that oven with a Luger pistol in his hand, and he was going to kill as many Americans as he could. He knew the Americans were coming. He never did fire a shot because we had our M1 rifles aimed in that oven. 8 of us emptied our rifles, 8 shots each, and he never knew what hit him. He never fired a shot. Several survivors came to us afterwards. Have no pity for him. He was responsible for much of what you saw here at Dora Mittelbau.
Allied generals gave orders about the treatment of guards. They were to be taken prisoner and protected, unless they presented a threat.
I heard pop, 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 pop. I thought, who the hell was firing? We weren't allowed to fire, you see. But my colonel, Bob Daniel, was a Jew. He went out from his tank and he'd shot 5 of the guards. Bang, bang, bang. He got back on his tank, he said to the brigadier, well, it's a small effort, but I've done something.
After liberating the camp at Dora Mittelbau, Morten Weitzman's unit moved on to a small town called Gardelegen. Here they found SS guards had abandoned a group of prisoners after coming under Allied fire. They rounded up those too weak to walk, locked them in a barn, and set fire to it.
As we came by, the arms were stretched through those bars, begging for help. There was nothing we could do. We couldn't fire into the barn. We couldn't open up the gates. The fire was intense, and the Germans succeeded in burning alive thousands of people at Gardelegen. It's not easy. It's damn hard to talk about it. These were human beings. The story doesn't go away. The emotions and the horror of it doesn't go away.
In Berlin, the Russians advanced towards the center and turned on the few German units left in the city. They pounded the buildings with everything they could, including their devastating Katusha rockets. Yakov Krenin was one of the men who operated them. He was just 14 when he went to the Moscow artillery school.
The Germans were terrified of it. It was also a psychological weapon. They were terrified of the Katusha rockets. We participated in the annihilation of a group southeast of Berlin. We told them to surrender. They refused, so we surrounded them by Katusha. At first there was a hiss, and it was getting stronger. More rockets joined in, and the noise was deafening. Long, growling arrows flew, their tails flaming. After they were fired, everything in the area was destroyed.
Все оно уничтожалось.
The signal to make our tanks move forward was the red flag. Resistance wasn't as hard as before, and our regiment was just half a kilometer from the bunker where Hitler was hiding. On May the 2nd, we didn't recognize the city. It became completely snowy white, because there were white flags, towels and sheets everywhere. One German lady came up to me, I don't know why me particularly, and she said, "Officer, my husband is Jewish, and I was hiding him for 5 years. Can he come out of the basement now?" I told her to tell her husband, "I'm Jewish as well. Tell him to come out."
It was a great anticlimax. You came from, it was like a drug. You were on a high of fairly controlled excitement. And my God, it was exciting. And then suddenly it stopped. They'd all jumped or quit. And all you saw around you was wounded Germans, defeated Germans, sad Germans. I've never been on drugs, but I can imagine how awful it is to come off your drug. Was that what war is, a drug?
All over the world, millions of people took to the streets to take part in victory celebrations. These young men who'd gone to war as ordinary boys and survived, returned home as heroes.
When I returned home, I knocked on the door because my mother didn't know exactly when I was coming. And she opened the door and saw me and said, "Arnold," in a way that I never remember her ever using it again in her entire life. It was filled with pent up relief and love and everything like that. Never, and she lived to 90, did I ever remember my mother using my name with that particular tone. It was so unique that I remembered it all my life.
Must have been 500 or 600 people waiting for me. And my mother was there, and my dad was there, and all the bigwigs were there. All these people were cheering and hollering and clapping, and I really felt special.
And they were having a big party that night, but I wanted to go home. So I phoned my dad to tell him I'd be on the midnight train. And when he answered the phone, he says, "Is that you, Doug?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Just a minute, I'll get your mother." I was so mad. I thought, God, I've been away 3 years. I come back and, talk to me. But I found out later on from Mother, he couldn't talk to me, he's crying.
When I got home, I never talked about the war, about the camps that we saw, never talked about any of the experiences I had from D-Day on. It was something which brought on the nightmares and the difficulties that I had for so many years afterwards. For 50 years, I didn't talk about it.
The death of people, the screams, overwhelming sound of explosions. Even things like the smells, the smell of fir trees mixed with the smell of death, the flames of a burning tank with bodies in it. And it forced me to think what life was all about.
This is where you lose all humanity. It just makes you live like an animal. But still, you have the urge, the sense of not letting your friends down, and there's the sons of bitches, and you're gonna go get them. You've still got that fire in your belly. And you're cold and hungry and wet, but you still go. And go, and go.
I suppose we all have an inbuilt ability to consciously forget the bad things. There are sufficient bad moments to cause us in later life to remember with sadness things that happened, and those things we try to forget. Yeah. After all these years, still makes me talk.
I felt that God saved me through that ordeal on the beach. I should have been dead. To live through something like that shows you that life is important, and each day, like I tell my wife, every day maybe 5 times a day, how much I love her, and my kids. All my kids say, when they talk to me, they say, I love you, and we say the same thing back. Because you never know when your time is going to be up.
What an adventure it was. But very emotional, very hard. You lived for today. Tomorrow, you did not know. Then I think how lucky I went through it all and lived to talk about it.